Hello. Good morning. It is morning today. It is morning today. Okay, let me see here. Let me get set up. I should probably make a distinction on my stream titles, which one's horizontal and which one's vertical. Although I would hope that the thumbnail would do that for me. Arky, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, am I ready to go here? Am I ready to go? Let me see. Yep, we're good. Okay, let's do some hauling. Let's haul some things and some stuff. We got that all set up at the end of the stream yesterday. So now it's time to actually do things. I did some refactoring for the Colonist, like the colony data, the entity data. And I built like a task queue. We're using a task queue now. Let's take a look at that to remind myself. There's the task queue. Yeah, and we're just using the first element in there, the 0th element in there, as the current task. Very good. Did that refactoring. It's committed. I did a little bit of testing. It's working. Cool. So I need to create a haul to storage task. Is what I'm going to work on today. Which means a lot of things. This is actually probably going to be a bit of a complicated one. A overcomplicated one. So yeah, I guess I need like, because I think the first thing I'm gonna do is like add a haul task for some other task, right? Like foraging. You know, after you forge things, you should haul them back. That should just be a part of that. It's gonna be kind of like hidden to the player. To the player, that's just part of foraging. But I think they're two separate tasks for the terms of our development here. Okay. Do 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 do. See, I think just like when we create this task, we just, if it's valid, we append one to the queue or something. If there's not, I guess it's yeah. If there's not already one, we should append it to the queue. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. And then I'm also gonna need I'm gonna need to make sure that we don't just continue hauling everything. Like, it's not like a haul forever type thing, you know? So I guess we could use a target. But I don't really have any physical representations of things in the world yet. And I don't know what they would even be either. Devs, welcome in. I'm well. I hope you're well as well. Thank you for asking. I'm going to work on hauling. I'm going to work on a hauling task. We should grab a new seed after this. This is a nice biome, or this is a nice seed. We should grab a new one. Don't know, should I want to test in the real world because it looks cool. But it just takes so long. It just takes so long. I'd rather the instant feedback. But yeah, I don't have really the physical representations set up. And I don't even know if you're going to be able to drop things. I haven't even made that kind of a decision yet. The only decisions I've made is that I have this inventory. where things will go, and they have a certain stack size. So my thought for hauling was that if you were to just haul to an area, each one of these little blocks would be like an inventory square, and then I'm just gonna put like an icon, you know, like a square with an icon in each spot. And I guess that would be in a different ISMC, I would think. I don't know, is this a lot? It seems like a lot. Anyways. How long have I been doing game development? Over 2.5 years now. Approaching 3 very quickly. Yeah, we're gonna work on hauling, and so we're gonna define areas like this. Here's an area. It has a priority. It has a color. You can change the color. I have a few different tasks. Only construction and foraging is working at the moment. We're working on hauling. Because we need a place to take things, right? We need a place to take things. And I'm wondering, I guess I need to make, probably should have thought about this off stream, but I need to think about whether I want like physical representations of things in the world. Like, you know, like in Minecraft you can drop things, they just turn into like little cubes on the ground that float or whatever. In Valheim you drop things, but those are, they use the actual mesh in Valheim or something like that. But in WoW, or something like WoW, you don't drop things on the ground. And in RimWorld, there's no containers, right? I guess the only container would be the character's inventory or the pawn's inventory, which is very limited in RimWorld. Very limited. But yeah, welcome in everyone. Good morning. I'm working on a video game. I'm shooting for an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain. This is just one small rendering of the world. Let's check out a new seed. New seed today. You progressed a lot, man. Thanks. I think we need to learn C# for it. For what? So this is Unreal Engine. So Unreal Engine will be C++. So if you want to use C#, you'll have to go with like Unity. I keep spawning in the middle of the ocean. There we go. Here's a seed. There we go. Here's the procedural terrain algorithm just doing its thing. Eventually I'll have a bunch of different biomes and a bunch of different, you know, textures and stuff. Right now, like my default biome is the forest, and my default texture is this like yellowy green one, light green. I also have like this dark green one here. I have a red one too. I don't know. I don't see a red one. Oh, and then I have 2 biomes right now. Here's a meadowsy biome, and a not very meadowsy terrain. It creates all these interesting like tunnels and caves and stuff. So pretty cool nonetheless. I need to do some more work on it, but it's serviceable for now. So I'm trying to get some more stuff with the actual gameplay. He got seed. Yeah, I have plenty of seeds. I have plenty of seeds. Oh. That was a very comical position. This is a nice seed. Where are we at? So here's the world map. We are in the Cobalt Sea, okay, which is, it's supposed to be a desert, apparently. We are next to Ashenspire Basin and the Palace of the Vampire Queen. Goblin Market of Green Gristle. Diamond Falls. Shadowthorn Ridge. The City of Glass. The 8th Circle of Hell. Thornwood Maze. Yeah, so we got some pretty decent names there. Some okay ones. Is there any specific reason I chose Unreal over Unity? I like the option for visual scripting for blueprints. The pricing model is objectively better. They don't have, you know, you get access to the source code, which is, I can't imagine developing a game without access to the engine source code. Like, that's insane to me. Like, that's insane. Like, you can't debug, you can't debug the engine in Unity. Like, you can't step through the engine code at all. And so you have to rely on documentation and other people. Like, you can't go find the answer yourself, you know, which is, that's absolutely crazy to me. Those are the biggest reasons. I also see Unreal Engine as being closer to the cutting edge of game development with their technology and their rendering and stuff like that. So I wanted to be a part of that. A nice trench here. I do like this seed. This is a nice seed. You made this game? I did. I did. Again, RPG Colony Sim Roguelite is the genre that I'm going for. I'm going to try and combine those three things in a fun way. With procedural terrain. Oh, here's a red zone. Yeah, I need to blend them. They're not actually blended, as you can see, but they are there. The terrain is blended, but the texture is not. So yeah, I'm generating a very small radius right now, probably about that big. And then the world is very big. Each pixel on here is a terrain chunk. And so here's a representation of the terrain chunk. What's the name of the game? It's called My Project right now. It is called My Project. Code name, My Project. It doesn't have a name, essentially. No name yet. But let's spawn a guy here real quick. Spawner. I'm working on Colonist tasks today for the Colony Sim side of stuff. Okay, we generated one. Uh-oh. I have no idea where he is. Let's find him. Oh, I have the vlogger open. Okay. Okay, stop. Okay, he's way over there. He's up there on the... I don't know if I can get up there. Oh, I think I can maybe... Yeah, I can run around from up there. He should be up there somewhere. It does suck that the giant mountain is right at 0, 0, which is where this guy spawns at. Or close to it. I was gonna get up there and show the Colony Sim stuff, but I gotta run over there. So I've worked on, they can forage for things, which there's some mushrooms in the forest that they can go pick up. There are mushrooms in the caves as well, although I don't think I have those set to forageable. So all this green, like there's a lot, so you can like collect all this stuff here. As well as the roots. You can get like some, what do I call it? There's my mushroom nuclei. It's just a cucumber. And then some shitty twigs. I can chop trees, although I haven't built the task. It is dynamic tree chopping as well. So like wherever the axe hits the tree is where you chop it. And yeah, you eventually chop through. I got 8 wood from that. And then I can continue chopping. And now I have 12 wood. So I got 4 more wood. Get out of here. Yeah, patented indie physics there. So yeah, I think that'll be next after we get hauling working. No point in chopping trees if they can't do anything with the wood, right? Oh, I think he spawned off the navmesh, so he's not going to be able to do anything. Are you stuck? Hang on, is he stuck? Yeah, he's very much stuck. Oh my god, that's so funny. He spawned on like a nav island. That's annoying. Add some guns also. Yeah, not that type of game. Not that type of game. Can we spawn another one? Okay, this guy should be on the nav mesh, right? Yeah, he's good. Okay, so let's I have some floating mushrooms. I do have some floating mushrooms. I'm gonna build an area here because we're gonna be working with these areas. I wrote this like little voxel algorithm. The world is not inherently voxelized, but I did write a bit of a voxel algorithm. Now it's actually gonna be kind of hard because they're floating. Why is that? What am I hitting that's making it like that? Anyways, yeah, so I have this area. I can like give it a priority. I can say which tasks are like allowed in this area. I can change the color. We're like foraging, so I don't know, yellow or something. Yellow or something. And then let me go recruit this colonist real quick. I'm too perfectionist, dude. This game is so janky, you have no idea. So he recruited my colony. Great, welcome aboard. Let's go forage within an area. Area 1. Now he's gonna walk over here and collect those mushrooms, hopefully. If I have it working properly, he will at least. Okay, 69 viewers. No one leave or join. We're good here. Yeah, so you just grab those 2 mushrooms there, and now he's done. I also have construction working. There's definitely more I need to do with both of those tasks. Why is my construction kind of lame right now? But I can have him like go start to build a house. But normally this would take like wood and stuff. He has no wood, so when we get to tree chopping, that's what he'll be doing. But I can say, hey, go construct. I'll just say anywhere. So he's heading over here. You can see all my interaction tests there. It's gonna get really laggy because I do it every frame, which is not good. Don't do that. Don't do that at home. So there he goes. He's building. Now I still need to like animate him and stuff, you know. What is this? What is this? Single particle physics property. What? What? Single particle physics proxy. Ensure failed. Is in game thread context. On is interactable? Did I skip? What am I creating on the background? Where is this coming from? I feel like this is very much not my codes. Get connected buildings. Oh. Oh. I forgot I was doing this. Okay, so did we fail here? I forgot I was doing this. I'm just gonna... Come on. We can get through it, baby. Oh, we can. Okay, I just have to spam continue here. So, in order to check for, like, support... Okay, he is building it. So for, like, some of the buildings, like the walls and stuff, I need to check what they're connected to and what their, like, attached buildings are or neighboring buildings are. There we go. What is that? Did I place that one there? But anyways, like, for these buildings and stuff, I need to check if they have support or not. Because, like, you could just place one... Right, I could place a wall, like, right here, right? And then destroy that. And that one, too. So this is just floating here. I can't build it because it requires build support. So I try to do that check. And the way I'm doing it is not good. It's not good, the way that I'm doing that. So I need to fix that. And the way I'm doing it is, like, I increase the scale of this by, like, 5%. And then I get overlaps. And those are, like... Those are the things that can provide it support. And we all need a little support here and there, right? So yeah, that's my colonist task stuff. Which I will be working on hauling today, like I said before. And so I will have like these areas built like that. Let's make a nice flat one here though. Flat-ish one, right? So we have like an area like this. I would go, yeah, let's only do storage. Let's go, this is the highest priority storage. So if this has space, store it there. Let's go brown. Store it there. And so I need to come up with what I want to do, because the characters have inventories and stuff. But it's like when I want them to be put in the storage area, how do I want them to be represented in the world? Do I want to use the actual meshes? Like that's for me as an indie solo side dev who doesn't know anything about like modeling or anything like that. I'm just a programmer, right? That's going to be kind of difficult for me. And it's probably going to be kind of expensive if I were to ever like commission someone to do that kind of stuff. So it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about that. So I think for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make little boxes. I'm just going to use like a default cube. And then I'm going to slap this like these textures on it or something. And figure out I'll put the icon on it as well or something. Not the icon, the amount on there. So, one slot here would equal one slot in my inventory. How did I learn? Can you tell this what I learned this for build this? It's called Unreal Engine. So if you're trying to do what I'm doing here, I would encourage you to look up some tutorials for Unreal Engine. But as for how I did everything here, that's a long conversation to have. But I am working on, for those just joining in, good morning, hello. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. Here is one small section of the world. Procedural terrain, we have caves as well. Nice cool caves to go explore. They're not super interesting yet. I will be putting ore and monsters down here eventually. That's crazy, look at that. And you know what, I'm okay with unrealistic terrain. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. Hi, I am from Pakistan. Hello, over there in Pakistan. I am not from Pakistan, but hello anyways. And yeah, I have a whole ECS system because like the whole thing I want to do is I want this whole world to be running, or at least the colony sim side of things to be running, even when you're not around. And that has some really like difficult technological considerations, right? Because with procedural terrain, you know, I can't have, it's not like a regular terrain where it's all baked and LOD'd automatically for you and stuff like that, where you don't have to worry about like if it's loaded or not so much, you know, that level streaming and world partitioning and stuff like that just kind of handles that. I have to kind of do all that on my own. And if I want things to move around, like let's say I built a colony like right here where I'm at, and then I run to the other side of the world, like the terrain's not going to be there anymore. I can't keep that in memory, right? So a lot of different optimizations I have to do, and I built an entire ECS system to accomplish that. And those guys over there, they're not actually, in Unreal Engine, usually things are actors, which is like the base. You have some patented, there we go, now he's walking. This guy's stuck in the navmesh, he shouldn't be spawned there. But these are actually instant static meshes, which usually don't move and can't be animated. But I'm doing a technique called vertex animated textures, which means you take a skeletal mesh and its animations, and you bake all the animation data into a texture. And then you can use an Unreal Engine material to apply a world position offset to the bone transforms and stuff like that and rotations based on the animation that's playing, that you want to play. And so that effectively allows you to animate them for basically free, right? Basically free, almost free, on the GPU. So very, very fast, very powerful, very performant. And so that's what they are when they're off in the distance. When I get close to them, they'll turn into actors, and I'll get the real thing. And yeah, I'm gonna have like colony raids and enemy colonies and AI ran colonies and stuff like that. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Come here. Go grab that mushroom. You got it. Nice. Okay. So yeah, we're going to be doing storage today. Hauling and storage, I suppose. I could just start with containers. My containers are a bit broken, though. Okay. Okay, I can't build it. Oh, he's missing his lid. Where's your lid, sir? Well, it's supposed to be a little chest, but it seems to be broken. Same with my interactions. Oh, interesting. Sticks around. I see. So maybe I won't start with containers. Maybe we should just do the storage area. Now, that's going to be kind of difficult. There's a lot of things I'll need to get set up. Like, a lot of these voxels, even though they overlap terrain, may not necessarily be what I want to store them on. Especially on the slopes. Game name, bro? My project. Called My Project. Doesn't have a name yet. Yeah, so for the flat spots, it would make a lot of sense where I would want to place the storage, right? So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to iterate through these voxels and find a storage spot. I'm gonna need some logic for that. But I'm gonna need them to like... I guess I only consider one layer. Would I? Yeah. One layer in the Z direction. Well... These underground caves just make everything so much more difficult. So much more difficult. Because I could have an area that, like, has multiple levels on it. Which is going to be pretty difficult to handle. I was just going to iterate through these and check which ones, like, overlap the terrain in, like, a nice way. But the reason they're all returned is because they all overlap the terrain somehow. I think it's similar to Daisy. It is not going to be Daisy. It is not similar to Daisy. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. Yeah, so I guess I'll just need to, like, because I do the box overlap trace. I'm wondering what kind of a normal I get from that. And I think the boxes that I put here for storage will be smaller than the actual size. To allow them to, like, sit on the slope and still be within the bounds, you know? Like, for instance, this voxel that I'm looking at right here, like, it half overlaps the terrain, and then the one below it does the next one. And so I think I need to do something to only have one here, even though there's two voxels in the Z direction. Well, we have more viewers than yesterday. Yeah, the shorts algorithm, kind of inconsistent. That's how it goes. So yeah, I don't know what the logic would be for, like, which voxel do I want, or like get a single location and make sure I don't return a different one. So I do a box overlap. I guess I can get a location. Let me look at my voxel algorithm here. What does that in? That is in, like, building utils. So line that's calculating the area transform, get voxel overlaps. Here we go. So box trace multi for objects. Yeah, and I guess I get hit results from that, which would give me, like, the impact point and the location. Or the center of the sphere when it touches the... So I have the location of the box if it were to overlap. But, like, if it's already overlapping, I'm not sure. That just returns the voxel location. Location in world space of the actual contact of the trace shape box. I guess I should maybe log some of these locations to see what they return. And then I'll probably learn a little bit more about what I can do to... This one's straightforward, right? There's only one overlap here. It's when there's, like, when I'm looking here, there's two voxels on top of each other. Which one do I pick? Because I don't want to, like, stack boxes on top of each other when I'm hauling here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a little bit of debug drawing. So this is gonna get, we're gonna get laggy, folks. We're gonna get real laggy up in here. Box trace multi for objects. I guess let's just, like, go through here. Devalid voxel. Yeah. Okay, so let's, we're gonna do an async task here. Because we need to call back to the game thread. Because this is all happening on background threads for performance reasons. Pineapples, welcome in. Great work. I'm not into game dev, but I've been watching you these couple days and your work is amazing. Thank you. How come didn't use Rust? Is that the default, like, programming language? Do you ask that about every programming project? Why didn't you use Rust? Why didn't you use Rust? You're making a website. You're doing front end work. Why didn't you use Rust? Because I'm doing game dev. No one does game dev in Rust, my dude. Unreal Engine is a game engine, and it's C++. So if you want to use Rust for game dev, you got to make your own engine. Most people don't make their own engines. And I don't think you should. One of those things where if you have to ask, you shouldn't. Rust is an evil religion. It's starting to sound, it does sound very culty. You know, with the cat ears and the femboy thigh highs and whatnot. Welcome into Olex. Good morning to you. I think it's supposed to be very optimized and stuff. Like, so is C++. There's a lot of optimized languages out there. So, game thread. We need to draw debug. Draw debug. We're just gonna do point. I need something for context. Yeah, I need something to get the world on. So we gotta pass in area actor, get world. Give me the impact point. The size. Oh, I gotta pass in the hit here. Voxel size. What are the params? What are my params? Position size. They probably need to be pretty. Voxel size means it would be the entire voxel, so they actually need to be kind of small. Let's do like 5. No, let's do 10. 10. Color green, persistent lines. True. No. Yes. Yeah. Make it. We're gonna make them persistent. Oh no, this is gonna draw like every frame. Excuse me. Bless me. Gotta go work on my VR game. Good luck on your VR game. Okay, so we're gonna draw green, I guess. That's fine. No, I'll do red. Red is usually what impact is. So let's just run live coding there. And yeah, so we're gonna do impact point first, because I think that's going to be closer to what I want. We'll check out location later. Why am I building 4 things? I changed 1 file. We may want to rebuild. This may take a bit too long. Next host, welcome in. Okay, we're slowly building. Yeah, for those just joining, I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game with procedural terrain. Here's some of the procedural terrain. I have caves too. Caves, which are very hard in game development. Anytime you have concavity, it's just a whole can of worms. If you know, you know. Okay, so okay, pause. So there are my impact points. There are my impact points. What do I get here? Okay, they seem to be kind of indeterminate. They are all over the place. Yep, okay. Those help me. Those don't help me at all, actually. Those don't help me at all. Okay, so I guess what I need to do, I'm thinking of having a system. Okay, let's check out location. How am I doing today? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I hope you are as well. Okay, we're gonna try location now, but I'm thinking that this is kind of annoying that I have to do it. I'm thinking I may need to do a line trace as well to figure out the storage locations. And so what I'm trying to do for those just joining in, I need my colonists over here. I want them to haul things to areas that I define. Here's an area. I made it a voxel algorithm because I have concave caves. And I can't just do a simple box area because you might accidentally select a cave underneath you that you don't know is there, right? Like if you imagine like a cube surrounding the extents of this, you're also selecting underneath it without realizing it. And there may be a cave here. In this scenario, that's not the case. Okay, let's see what the... I'm gonna wait for these to go away. Okay. I moved. Now where are these points at? So these are just like... I guess these are just the midpoint of the box. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, those are just like... Is there stuff underneath it, or... Yeah, that's just the very center of the box now. So I already have that. I don't I don't need that. So yeah, I guess what I'm gonna have to do to find out where to put the little storage boxes. Ooh, and if I do inventory Tetris, that's gonna be a whole thing as well. Who likes inventory Tetris in games? You know what I'm talking about when I say that? Like right now, I just have like a one slot is one item in my inventory right now. But if you think about a game like Diablo 2 was infamous for this. You think about like Diablo, like they have items that take up multiple slots. That's what I mean by inventory Tetris. I think that's fun. I think that's really fun in games. But I have heard that that is the minority opinion. I guess I'm looking to confirm or deny that. And so I guess if I had inventory Tetris, I would need to come up with a different location here. I would need to find some centroid of the shape and correlate that to which location and which box it needs to be in, which is kind of difficult. I'll be honest with you, it's kind of difficult. Okay, so this was a bust. We're not going to do that. I think what I have to do is I think what I have to do here is line trace from the top center of each box and then collect all of the resulting impact points to a set. Then that way they're unique, right? And so that'll mean a situation on these slopes where I have one box stacked on top of another, like right here, these two. This is still only one inventory storage spot, right? I'm just showing the voxel there to show the player that, hey, this part is also selected, right? But I think if I trace down from the top of each one, they should get the same point, right? So that'll collapse those down into a flattened version. And then I can also do the slope filter on those points as well, right? Because I wouldn't want you storing things on like the side of a cliff, right? That doesn't make sense. So I think if the slope is over like 45 degrees, then not a valid storage spot. Not a valid storage spot. So I'll need an algorithm for getting the storage spots. Here's my puppy dog. Okay, it's okay. Thank you. You're very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, are you good now? Are you good? She's quite barky. But anyways, oh, I need to fix that. I need to pass these in rather than static define them. Anyways, yeah, so I need a function for that. I think that's one of the first things I should do. Make these areas storageable. I need to do this little algorithm. And then I actually need to create the box that has like the icon on it and shit, you know? Which I guess I guess I need a material for that. And I'm not good at materials. I'm not good at them at all. I'm not good at the rendering side of game dev. So I just need a material that just applies a texture to each face of the object. It should be quite simple in theory. Quite simple, really. Quite simple, really. So usually the way I call this is area overlap query async. Now, do I want to call the same thing for the storage spots, getting the storage spots? I mean, it is largely going to be the same algorithm, except I'm going to need to do a little bit extra. I guess maybe what I do is I just pass in the voxel transforms afterwards. So I think I make a separate one. Does it need to be async? Does it need to be async? I think so. I think so, because they could be very, very big. They could be very big. And And I guess I'm going to need some area data here too. So let me... area data, area building data. Let me check this out. Because I'm going to need to maintain what is stored in here. So we have some storage settings here. So I guess I need like a U property. Does it need to be a U property? Maybe just for blueprint read write. A U property, and this is going to be a T map of, I think, F vector for the location. That's going to be my key to like U T object pointer U my item. Stored items, basically. The item will have like the quantity and everything on there. Yeah, I think that's what I would need there. I don't need it to be edit anywhere. Although I guess it could be nice. There could be some maybe nice debug functionality there, so I'll throw that on there. And let me think. Let me think here. Okay. So yeah, I need that. Let's write this little function here. This is going to need to be probably blueprint callable. And this is what do I want this to return? Like the valid storage spots. Yeah, so probably blueprint here. Static, of course. Return a T set of F vector. The vector just represents the voxel locate. Well, should it be a fucking transform? I think it needs to be a transform because eventually I'm going to have these oriented. But shit, I just found out the other day, transforms don't have a type hash. Like, they're not hashable, which is really annoying. They don't have an equality override. That's really annoying. Damn it. I forgot about that. I almost need... if I wrapped it in my own struct, it would be fine. Do I just call it voxel, and it's literally just a struct that contains a transform? just to give it an equality operator? It's kind of annoying that I have to do that. Kind of annoying. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. No one answered my question, so I'm a little upset at you guys. I'm working on a video game today. This is Unreal Engine. It's going to be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. This is the procedural terrain so far, just a small section of the world. The terrain will be destructible. I have a proof of concept, it's not like fully working yet. It will be destructible. And I'm going to have AI generated quests. It'll be very fun. It's going to be a fun game. It's going to be great. I don't have a name for it yet. There's the destructible terrain. So, kind of bad. Let me slow way down here. So yeah, it is deformed. It is deformed. It's terrible. The animation that I use to do it is terrible. The vertices that get created are way too many. That's way too many vertices. Like compared to you see the verts on the terrain behind. Like that's the resolution we're working with. So I need not that many. I need not that many, and I need it to be a better shape. So it works. It's possible. I need it to be better now, though. Why are you stuck? Why is he stuck? Could not project start location. Failed to find reachable point. Are you not on the navmesh, sir? We're on the navmesh. So why are you stuck? Oh, wrong guy. Wrong guy. My bad. My bad. So why are you stuck? What state are you in? He's hangy. Oh, he's so hangry. Class. Wow. His current task is foraging. Move to food. He's hangy, though. He is hangy. What's your deal? He keeps trying to eat food. Null interactable. Null interactable. But then he keeps trying to find... Let me look. Failed? Null interactable. Interact with object is what's happening. That should return failed. And so what happens... What happens when the hangy tree... eat food fails, which means find food location. Are you... I didn't see you actually go to find food location. You went straight to move to food or wander location. Manicma, welcome in. Don't understand anything about coding, but I always thought it was interesting to learn. It's awesome seeing people do it. Any tips for someone that wants to start? Yeah, I get asked that a lot. I don't feel like I have a great answer for it, though. I'll tell you how I learn. I'm entirely self-taught, so I should have a good answer for that, you'd think. But I think the way I learn is not the way most people learn. Like, I learn by doing things. I don't follow tutorials. I don't, you know, I dropped out of college. So I'm a terrible student. I don't follow tutorials. I don't like courses. I don't like paying for information. So I learn by doing. And like, basically you just need to figure out how to ask the right question as to what you're accomplishing. So I like to have a project. You know, I come up with some goal. You know, what do I want to do? Do I want to complete a project? Do I want to just learn something? Do I just want to make games for fun? You know, come up with a goal, come up with a project that meets that'll do a good job of meeting that goal. And you just got to break that project down into the smallest, shittiest version of what you want. Break it up into tiny pieces. Each piece needs to be the shitty version of what you actually want. Start with the shitty version. Step one is just make it work, right? And so to make it work, you need to ask the right questions into Google. My degree is from Google, right? That kind of vibe. That's how I got to where I am. And I just keep doing that over and over again. And the more I do, the more I learn, and the better I get at learning new things. Hello. Who is that? It's John Cena! Welcome in, Churchop. Welcome in.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I was
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Here's my game. Here's my game. Look at it. Here's my procedural terrain. There it is. Y'all ever leave your computer on with like a stream on, and then you come back in the morning and it's on like something completely different? Anyways, Churchomp, I did that, and your stream was on this morning when I came to my PC. I left it. It's been on for like 12 hours. I forget who I was watching, but I know Jed was on there for a second, and then we went to Churchomp, and now you guys are all here. So if there's anyone who did that, you're now like full circle. I was a part of the raid that started this as a viewer, and now you're back on my channel. I had a good time. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. My guy is stuck, and I was trying to figure that out, but that's boring, so we're gonna ignore that. I'm gonna show you the world. Here is my world. It's like a seeded, deterministic random thing. So like Minecraft or Valheim or something like that. Let's do a new seed. I'll show you it in action here. We're on seed 404. Let's do 405. Play anyways. Okay, bad seed. Meanwhile, I'm making an idle game. Hey, there's a lot of fun idle games. Nothing wrong with that, dude. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, so these completely flat ones mean I'm in the middle of the ocean, and I'm just falling into a cave. So it's a bad seed. I know. I need to fix it. I know. I tried, actually. I actually recursively generate this up to 20 times to try and get one that doesn't spawn in the middle of the ocean, and it still does it all the time. I really just need to like probably shift the map over. Oh my god, dude, we got like 6 in a row. That's actually kind of crazy, RNG. The RNG, the demo RNG gods have forsaken me. Here we go. Here is a seed. So here's my procedural terrain. We finally got one. And here's a great example of me not blending my textures between biomes. So that's great. Happy you guys could see that. This is also a really boring one. It's a really boring seed because it's flat terrain. Is there anything cool to show off here though? I mean, you can see the edges of the mountains, and oh god, I've fallen directly into a cave. So yeah, the starting experience needs quite a bit of work. This is not exactly the new player experience that you'd want. Okay, I am in the Maelstrom Reef, which is a forest. You'd think it would be in the water, but no, it's a forest. So yeah, this is like the world, and this is like an entire land world. Black is ocean, so there's not very much ocean here, but each one of these different colors is like a different zone, and it's like these zones are different. They're like distinct, right? It's not like Minecraft or Valheim where the biomes just kind of like seamlessly go from one to another. Each one of these zones I actually put, it's more like a WoW zone, like a vanilla WoW zone, to where they've got like a nice contained border defined by some natural landmark. Right now, all of these are just surrounded by mountains, each one of these zones. And each one of these zones has like a different name. So if I pop out here, you see these mountains. This is the edges, and like you can definitely see where the pixels on the map line up to the terrain chunks, right? Because you can see the different textures here. Then I need to do a better job of blending from one to another. But yeah, the mountains all match up, and so each zone should theoretically be a different biome with different assets, different textures. It'll have different terrain noise parameters as well. Like I have parameterized noise. I don't have very many sets of them. I only have like 4 or 5. So this is kind of a bad seed to test that, or to show that. This is a good seed to show the borders though. So if I'm facing, okay, I'm facing north. Let's zoom way in so I can make it line up a little bit better. So I'm gonna pop out. Okay. Is that the right fucking direction? I think it's actually this way. I think this way makes a lot more sense. Does it? Wait, I'm all confused now. I can't tell which way the map is supposed to face. Oh, I see now. Yeah, so this edge right here is like this mountain range. So the green zone here is the dark green over here. And then the blue here is this part up here. It looks like a nice system besides the ocean death. Yeah. Turns out putting concave caves really makes things difficult, water included. So I can no longer just have like a flat water plane, because that's what I did when this was just height mapped. But yeah, now I have the underground caves. I can't just do flat water, because then the caves would just be full of water and there'd be no point to them. But here's a better example of a couple different terrain noises. Oh, and there's even a zone entrance. Oh, that's a cool entrance actually. So yeah, each one of these is surrounded by mountains. And so these white dots are like how you get from zone to zone. These are just like randomly placed zone entrance chunks, and that's a break in the mountains. And so we're in the Temple of Enlightenment, and there's the bandit camp of Blackrock right here. These are AI generated names. And so there's a zone entrance chunk there, and that, I believe that's what I saw. So if I pop out here, you see this break in the mountains here. This is how you get from one zone to the other. Now, it's actually kind of a cool entrance because there's kind of this corridor. You know what I mean? So you'd be like, it's kind of hard. It would be a lot easier to see if the biomes were actually different. This is just like my default biome, this forest. It would be a lot more interesting if that were different. But yeah, it's like this nice little corridor. You turn the corner and you got a new zone. So a lot of work to do still. There's another zone right there. This is just like my rocky kind of little mountainous, kind of small mountains type zone. I have dynamic tree chopping, so wherever my, this is also cool. These are static meshes. All of these are instant static meshes, but then when I connect with it, it deforms it into a dynamic mesh wherever the axe connects with it. So I chopped it up there. I got 7 wood. I have 7 wood, and now I can chop it again, and now I have 10 wood. So dynamic tree chopping. Eventually that'll like deal damage and stuff, and there'll be different chop stats. Trees will have different amounts of health that you have to chop through, and the amount of health that your axe does damage to the tree will be like the amount of depth that you chop through it. It should be loosely correlated. And then if it hits you, it'll deal damage. If it hits another tree, it'll deal damage to that tree, you know. Something that would be sick would be roads. Yeah, I definitely want paths. And there's some new PCG nodes, which are really cool. Because I use PCG to spawn all the assets. And what I want to do is like, say this zone right here, I have 2 zone entrances. I have that data. I have where these 2 white dots are. So in PCG, I can do pathfinding from this to, there's a pathfinding node in PCG now, which is pretty sick. And I can do a pathfinding from this to this. And I can PCG draw a path, not draw, but like actually place a path from one to the other. Which will be really cool to actually see that grounded in the world and stuff like that. Because that's like, that's the kind of procedural generation I want to do. And why I built the zones the way I did. Because I'm kind of doing it backwards from how I think most procedural generation happens. Because I think like No Man's Sky or Minecraft or Valheim, they just have like one noise function that just outputs the results. Like it may take in multiple different kinds of noise, but like all the biomes come from like one function, as do the terrain, you know, as do the material that the terrain is made out of. All mine is separate, which means it's a little bit less efficient, but to me it feels like I have more control over it. And I can do things like each one of these has a different terrain noise, and it's specifically picked. Well, I say specifically, it's randomly picked, but it is specific to the biome. And then because of that, I have to do like a weighted average distance blend, which is like kind of, it was a major pain in the ass. But if you look at these 2 zones, like this is a really like rocky, kind of craggy zone. This one's very flat. And so when they connect, they need to blend to each other. And so what that means is for every single vert and every single chunk, I have to check if it has, I have to check all of its neighbors and generate each vertex as if it was generated with its neighbor's noise parameters. And then do a weighted average blend based on the distance from that vert to each neighbor chunk. That's how I get them to blend seamlessly from one to another. So that's not exactly efficient. If I just had one function that would output the blending, which is, you know, how these other ones work, then that would be a lot more efficient. But because I'm kind of doing the procedural generation backwards, where I'm coming up with a bunch of rules and then filling in the space. I'm hoping to make the procedurally generated parts of the game more grounded into the game. And I think with like AI generated quests and stuff, which we can show one of those real quick here too. I think it'll be very interesting to see how it all comes together. And like I said, each one of those zones has like a different name and stuff. And with AI generated quests, I'm going to pass in the zone names to the quest to actually like get it grounded and stuff in there. And like right now, these zone names don't make a whole lot of sense. They're just purely random. Amberwood Forest, but eventually I'll pass in a bunch of information to the prompt to get it to name the zone something nice that actually makes sense. Add a bit of noise so it's not straight line. Yeah, like it'll be like a spline, you know, offset some points, you know, either direction on the way. Relatively sure Minecraft has a ton of types of PCG, like the buildings, terrain, caves, or generation. Yeah, I watched a whole talk by the guy who did it, so they recently rewrote some of their procedural generation, but they very much do the approach where everything is kind of generated at once, kind of thing. And it is like for what they're doing, that works a lot better. Okay, so let's generate a quest. Now, what is this guy's name? What's your name? This is Nia Goldstone. Nia Goldstone is a 26-year-old female dwarf hunter who's friendly and resilient. Nia grew up in a large, loving family where she learned the importance of community and compassion. Her warmth and spirit make her a friend to all she meets, and her determination to overcome any challenge inspires those around her. Kind of a boring background and traits. Sometimes you get some like interesting ones. Okay, let's see if he's got a quest. She's got a quest for me. Oh, I'm a warlock apparently. So she says, Linux Alder, a warlock, eh? I could always use a bit of arcane backup. Tell you what, I've been tracking some disturbances in the Whispering Woods. Usually the animals there are skittish, but predictable. Lately, though, they're acting downright hostile, like they're controlled or driven mad by something. And so this quest panel over here is called Whispers of the Woods. Nia Goldstone has asked me to investigate the Whispering Woods due to recent disturbances affecting the local wildlife. She believes the source of the problem might be a nearby mine, and suggested I collect samples to better understand the situation. So my objectives are to obtain 1 wolf fur sample and obtain 1 disturbed soil sample. Why do you suspect the mine? Miners have been digging deeper recently. Oh, the dwarves are digging too greedily and too deep. A tale as old as time. That's funny as fuck. The miners have been digging deeper recently. Been kicking up all sorts of dust. Could be releasing something nasty into the environment. What type of coin? What is this option? What kind of coin are we? So the AI doesn't always do a great job. I need to do a better job prompting, right? It's pretty proof of concepted right now. Like, I just dumped my entire item database into a prompt along with everything that's spawned into the world. And I send it off to the Gemini API because they have like the million context window, right? So I can fit all that in there. And I just say, hey, fill out this JSON object with a fantasy RPG video game quest. And I've actually gotten it to like spawn things in the world with like, I have an array and it's like called things to spawn, and it'll actually put things in there and grab classes from my database to spawn, which is fun. It does a terrible job of finding places to put them in the world. So I'll need to do some work on that. I have some ideas. But another thing it's really bad at is this it doesn't understand, like I have kind of this nested array for like dialogue response options. It doesn't seem to understand the flow of how those get executed, because a lot of times like it'll be missing pieces of information in each one, and it doesn't really like connect them all together. Like this option says, what kind of coin are we talking about? No coin has been mentioned here at all. I have not seen mention of a coin. So let's see what this says. What kind of coin are we talking about? Wait, let me see. Did he mention? Oh, I just accepted it. Never mind. Never mind. It's so funny that it was a dwarf though, and I passed in this character's background to the prompt. So I think it picked a mining, it like generated a mining related quest because this was a dwarf. It was also a dwarf hunter, so that means it's related to wildlife in some way. So, wow jump scare? Wait, what is the wow jump scare? What? Well, let's generate someone else and see what kind of quest we get. It also loves to like, things are always whispering. I don't know what is so important about whispers. Okay, this is Isolde Drake, 21-year-old female half-elf hunter who is docile and disorganized. Oh, was it too loud? But yeah, I do borrow a bit of assets from WoW. I'll give them back later. Isolde, the female half-elf hunter who is docile and disorganized, grew up surrounded by animals, more comfortable in their company than with other people. She became a skilled hunter, though a bit naive and disorganized due to her sheltered upbringing. Is that sheltered? That doesn't sound very sheltered. Oh, just didn't expect it. Okay, I see. Okay, what's our quest here? Oh, Master Warlock Alder, right? I hope I'm not bothering you. It's just, well, the Whispering Woods haven't been whispering quite right lately. Dude, I didn't pass in anything about Whispering Woods. It just does that all the fucking time. Which is why I really need to wire up the prompts to like what zone we're in so I can pass in the zone name and actually give me some more flavor, right? Which would be a relatively easy thing to do. I haven't worked on this in a while. But yeah, the Whispering Woods have not been whispering quite right lately. It sounds silly, I know, but it's usually a gentle rustling of leaves, the calls of birds, the creek gurgling. Now, it's strained, like the force is holding its breath, and some of the smaller critters have been acting skittish, even violent. Squirrels attacking my boots, rabbits fleeing at the first sight of me, even a robin pecked me on the nose. And they usually love the berries I give them. I tried speaking to the Dryad, who also calls the woods home, but she is unresponsive. I don't rightly know what to do. My skills as a hunter don't seem to apply to this. Will you help me? Tell me more about the Dryad. She's usually so vibrant and full of life, sings all the time to the forest. She's a protector of the woods, one with the trees and the animals. She's not responding to me. If she's not responding, it cannot be good. So this is the kind of thing that I would want it to like actually spawn into the world. You know what I mean? Like spawn like a Dryad entity if I had one. If I had one. If I had one. This is where I would put my Dryad, if I had one. Any Fairly Odd Parents fans there? Or am I just am I coming off really strange? I need to obtain these quests do seem kind of related though, so that's fun. I forget if I actually wired up each quest that I got to be passed in. I do want to do that though, so it has like some information about what other quests are happening in the world. I'm a warlock, not a druid. Well, you can use magic, right? This feels like a magical problem. I'm too busy right now. Oh, I understand. Thank you for your time anyway. I'll just try to figure out by myself. Later. Okay. So yeah, that's a bit about the game. I guess my inspirations are games like Vanilla WoW plus like RimWorld plus like Hades would be like what I'm going for, right? Not like an MMO by any means, but just like, you know, multiple very distinct classes to pick from that each have their own set of unique abilities, you know, very little homogenization, very high difference in capabilities of the different classes. And I want to combine that, you know, I have some talent trees and stuff too. Combat is similar as well. Looks really good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's spawn like a little entity here. Little enemy here. Okay. Oh, I missed. I totally whiffed the frost nova there. Let's see if I can get another one off. Well, he died. He died anyway. There he goes. He's nice and frozen. I almost died there. But yeah, that was a little bit of combat. Yes, the patented WoW sounds being reused, being borrowed. And so I'll want to take the WoW kind of I'm hoping to have combat a little bit more interactive than WoW. So it's not just solely tab target. Remember there was like base building. I do still have the base building in. I can even get my colonists to build it for me. I hope. Oh, I should not build these ones if I want them to build it for me. So yeah, a little bit of base building in here. See if I can get this guy. Nia Goldstone. You guys get stuck trying to pick stuff up now. You need to construct anywhere. Okay, he's hungry, so he doesn't want to be. He's like starving right now, and their logic is like, yeah, feed yourself. Congratulations, you fed yourself. Yeah, feed yourself before doing tasks. So you're stuck doing that. So let me get someone who actually is capable of doing things for me. I don't know where that guy spawned at. Get some high ground here. I have the high ground, Anakin. I don't. Where did the other one spawn at? Where are you at? Okay, you're actually right behind me, and I'm just fucking blind. Join my colony. Now go construct stuff wherever. Okay. Good. Construct everything for me. The children yearn for the mines and constructing things. So yeah, every colonist will have, this is kind of like where RimWorld starts kicking in, my RimWorld inspirations. Like every colonist is going to have like a skill set for each of the different tasks you can give them. Right now I just have foraging and construction working. And I would like to, I need them to haul now. I need them to be able to haul things. They have little inventories. And I have this whole like area voxel system that I wrote. A little algorithm here that like voxel, it's like the world isn't inherently voxelized. But I kind of spin up these voxels on the fly to build this area out. So you can say like, hey, go chop trees in this area, go farm in this area, go forage in this area, also store things in this area. And so you can build these little areas, and you can come in here and you can say like, hey, I just want this to be for hauling. So let's make that brown for hauling, you know. And so now what I want is to make little boxes here that kind of relate to a thing in your inventory, or like the colonist inventory. And then I want them to put that in the area. I'll also have containers. And I think containers will be the better way to store something. But like that, you know, you need resources to build the containers and stuff. And then containers have like little inventories inside them. So that might have like 2 slots, right? That might have like 2 slots in it. So it'll be easier to store things out in the open, but maybe they'll take some durability damage or something if they're left outside for too long. That kind of thing. And so that's what I'm going to be working on today. Really like the idea with the RPG core like WoW, but also the element of colonizing game like RimWorld. Yeah, it's a game I've always wanted to play. That's I've had the idea for that for quite some time. Basically since I started playing Colony Sim games. I'm like, I want to be down in the world with the colonists. Like I want to be alongside them. And then I would love if my colonists were RPG classes, you know, like Baldur's very D&D, Baldur's Gate or very vanilla WoW. And, you know, AI started getting good. I was like, oh shit, I can probably do some really cool things with my colonists with that. That kind of seems like the one of the things that the AI might actually be good at. crazy to think. So we'll see if I can get some like local models running and how much, you know, GPU compute those take, and if I can fit those into the game, maybe create some colonist banter. And that's why I have like the whole like kind of personality traits that they have, because I want those to play into how they talk to each other and their social standings they're in with the player and the colonist, but also between colonist A and colonist B and so on and so forth. And then faction relations as well. Like it all just, to me, it all comes together really nicely in my head. And I haven't really seen another game do it very much, although there's a game called Medieval Dynasty that came out after I came up with this idea. I only started working on this about 2.5 years ago though, so I've had the idea for a lot longer than I've been working on it. But yeah, Medieval Dynasty is kind of like it's a third-person colony sim. You know, it's not like a fantasy, you know, D&D Baldur's Gate type RPG, but it is like, it's more like a survival colony sim, more so. But yeah, I think it'll be really fun. And then the roguelite is something I just tacked on there because that idea came from playing hardcore WoW back when that was popping off. I don't know if any vanilla WoW fans are in here. Remember Cargos? He was a vanilla WoW streamer, and he kind of pioneered the community hardcore that eventually led into the official hardcore servers for vanilla WoW. So I was playing back then, and that's when I realized that like you like if you're a roguelite fan, and I mentioned the concept of a long form roguelite or roguelike, where your run isn't it's not like 30 minutes to an hour long like most roguelites, but hundreds of hours long potentially, right? If I pitch that idea, you'd be like, that's going to be terrible. Players are going to hate that. They're not going to want to lose progress and restart after, you know, dozens of hours, you know, even anything more than, you know, an hour, maybe 2 is too much. But then I realized that like people have been playing hardcore versions of games, you know, since fucking Diablo, right? Since, you know, there's hardcore RuneScape, right? You also wanted to do a hardcore inspired by hardcore WoW, yeah. I don't necessarily want to do hardcore, but the inspiration I took from that is that like I want to experiment with like a long form roguelite. Not everyone likes it, but there's a big audience for it. Yeah, and that's why I wanted to do roguelite instead of like I don't want the entire thing to reset. How I'm picturing that is like when you die, you start over from level 1, right? But your colony is still there. Whatever colonies you put in the world are still there. Now, they may have gotten attacked since you've been dead. There will be like a bit of a time skip, right, or something. But if you've set them up well and they can defend themselves, you know, maybe they just have a bunch of extra resources that now you can use to get on your feet again faster. Maybe you had a really good blacksmithing colonist and you had a bunch of iron. So now you can make yourself a bunch of really good gear at level 1 or something like that, you know, so you can get started faster that way. So there's a little bit of meta progression there. You'll probably also get some form of currency. I haven't done any roguelite aspects of this yet, but maybe you'll also get a little bit of currency that you can spend when you die to kind of like, you know, passively increase the power of your character. And then when you level up, I don't know what the cadence will be, but every few levels when you level up, you'll get to pick a new ability from a set of like maybe 3 random abilities that are unique to your class. So every time you play, you'll be doing a different build. Talents, however, I think I'm going to make these static, and so you'll need to just pick talents that correlate with what abilities you know complement your abilities. And I don't want to be the kind of game where there is no wrong choice and every build is viable. I don't want to be that. I think that makes your decision feel very meaningless. And so I want you to actually, like, if you pick bad abilities, you're not going to make it very far, right? I want that to actually be a thing. And if you pick the wrong talents, like, you're going to suck. I want that to actually be a thing. And I want you to be able to lose. I want the player to be able to lose. Colonists will die. You will not be able to get them back. If you have a very good colonist and you do something stupid and let them die, like, you got to live with that. And hopefully the player starts to form little relationships with the colonists and stuff, with the AI, and I think it'll all come together really nicely. Making a game that is halfway roguelite. Does that sound halfway roguelite? Honestly, if it's balanced well, it sounds kind of fun. I'm kind of just going for, like, there's a game called Blood Bowl, and the RNG is tuned so high that it's just sheer chaos, and that's how I feel about RimWorld 2. And the game just kind of like, there's nothing is like in Bloodborne and RimWorld. It's like nothing is given. Nothing is like, there are no absolutes, and so you just kind of have to roll with the punches. And so I think if you balance it in that way, to where you're just like rolling with the punches, it can be really fun. It's like kind of everything sucks, so it's like you're just doing the best with what you have. You know, you're just doing the best with the hand that you were given. I think that'll be really fun. And then you don't really have to balance it so strictly on like an individual level. You just have to make it really random, right? There will be some runs where you're really overpowered. There will be some runs where you're like, you know, the build that you've made sucks and you will die, right? You'll need to start over. There may be some runs where you just need to do like a tactical death, right? You're like, okay, I pushed this build as far as it can go for this run. You know, I need to do my meta progression now to overcome this next hurdle or this next boss or whatever, you know? So maybe some tactical deaths, right? Maybe you want to go fight a boss and learn a little bit more about their attack patterns. So you go fight them intending to die, knowing that you can't defeat them, but you're gathering information for when you can, right? I think that could be a really cool flow too. Even cooler, like kind of like Darkest Dungeon, you lose the character and the gear and you still keep the time progression. Oh, is that how? I know of Darkest Dungeon. I've never played it though. Is that the meta progression? Kind of like Loop Hero was like that. That was one that I played. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Black and White had aging people, if I recall. Yeah, someone else mentioned that game the other day. First game with AI. Yeah, this is it's like an older game, right? I had not heard about it since the other day. Maybe that was you. I don't remember. It's a classic. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I'll definitely have to check it out. Yeah, this is the game. This is what I'm working on. What's up, bro? What's up with you? But yeah, like I said, working on colonist tasks. That's what I've been working on recently. I had them in behavior. Oh God, excuse me. I had them in behavior trees initially, and yeah, that wasn't scaling to the extent that I needed it to. Behavior trees also are fairly idiosyncratic and have their own little frustrations. So changed over to state trees, built my own ECS system so that I could run the colony sim on the entire world, right? Like I want it to be alive. If you build a colony right here and you run off to the other side of the world, I still want your colony to be running. And I want all the other colonies that you may have built in the world to be running as well. All the AI ran, the NPC ran colonies. Those all, you know, if there's a colonist going out to the forest, chop wood, I want them to actually have to run out there and chop it. If there's a bandit or a wolf in the forest, they will get attacked. So you will need to make sure that they have the gear, that they have the, you know, the weapons and the levels and the skills to do so. And yeah, there's a lot of technical considerations to make there. And here's an example of that. So what we're looking at here is the nav mesh. The shaded green is the nav mesh, and so that's how you move things around, move NPCs around in the world. There is no mesh here. It's not just set to invisible. It doesn't exist. I have the vertex and index buffers. Like, the way I generate this terrain is with compute shaders. I have 3 different compute shaders. The last one I run is a custom margin cubes compute shader. That outputs to me the index, basically all these triangles. What we're looking at here, it outputs a couple array buffers with that data. Now, what you can do with that data is you can just directly export that to the nav mesh. There's like a built-in function to do it, and it'll just render that. It knows what that looks like. So I do that there. Easy peasy. Now, if I don't want to have to waste memory and waste compute on, generating the terrain and the collision and everything when I don't necessarily need it, I can use that data, that same data, and I can check the triangles in there for intersections, and I can kind of do a collision-based thing there. Now, that's not very efficient to iterate over every single triangle and check for a line segment triangle intersection using some geometry. What you would want to do is very similar to how collision systems work, which is you have to store all the points in some sort of spatial data structure. I store them in a bounding volume hierarchy is what it's called. And it's just a way to efficiently, I don't need to check every single triangle. I just need to check like a set of local triangles or an intersection. So it's a lot faster. I can run it entirely on the background thread. PCG normally requires you to have some sort of collision to sample the points, right? On something. There's no collision here. And so PCG uses a node that I created that has like my own line tracing built in that queries this spatial data that I'm talking about here and does the line tests. And so that's how I know, that's how PCG knows that there's going to be a cave here. And that's how my entities are going to be able to move around in the world. They're going to be able to chop trees in the world, go into caves when they're not actually generated and rendered, right? The entities won't be rendered either, right? Like, if I'm looking, let me look for a colonist here. The colonist right there, right? There's 2 of them there, actually, I think. If I turn around, they're not rendered to save on performance. They're not actually rendered. And then they move around completely in memory now, completely on the background thread, right? If there is no actual representation, I can do them entirely on the background thread. Now, there is a representation of them here. They're a vertex animated instance static mesh here, which means they're like very close to each other. They're very close. It effectively means they animate for free. You can bake animations into textures, and you can use world position offset to make them look like they're moving when they're actually just static meshes instead of skeletal meshes. And so that's like when they're off in the distance, that's what form they'll take. When I get closer, now they're actors. Like, you can see like this one frame kind of, I need to make that a little bit more seamless. But you can see when the health bar shows up, that's when they change. And so they look nearly identical. And maybe if I can get the VAT instant static meshes, the VAT ISMs to look good enough, then maybe I don't need actors at all anymore. But if it's an actor or if it's an ISM, you have to change the location on the game thread. So there is a performance bottleneck there. But when they're not rendered, now I can move them around, on background threads very, very cheaply. And I had to write my own velocity processor and gravity processor to make sure that they stay on the ground when they move around, because they don't have collision on them. If they had collision, then I would effectively not. Basically, I have turn collision on. It's so unperformant. Like, I cannot do things on the game thread to near the extent I can if they don't have collision. So writing my own collision that runs on the background thread is what I have to, is another, technical kind of hurdle that I have to get over. And so all that suffice to say that memory is my biggest bottleneck. Yeah, no wumbo mode, sorry. I have failed you. And that I'll take that one. That's my fault. So yeah, I think that's about everything I can say about my game. Thank you for the raid again, Short Chomp. By the way, I know everyone, this is kind of the culture, but don't feel no need to stick around. If you need to raid and run, please do so. I need to work on storing things, and that's what I was working on. So let's get back to that. You say what each color on the map is, biomes, danger levels. Yeah, it's biomes. You got it right the first time. Yep. Different, well, really zones. It's zone slash biome. So if you look up here, as I hover my cursor over each one, it'll have a different name, like right here. So like Emberwatch Refuge, Forgotten Shrine, Duskwatch Bastion. But it also happens to correlate to the biome as well. I just don't have different biomes at the moment. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Dr. Love. Welcome in. You're the coolest storyteller in the development community. Am I now? Am I? Do you see me as a storyteller, huh? Oh, you've been a lurker. Always nice to see the progress. Well, I love my lurkers. Love my lurkers. I appreciate your lurkiness. Under Dolet Molet. Dole Mole, maybe, perhaps. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Right, and I have seen you stream. I don't think I follow you, so there's a follow. I like the tail on your character. The tail is very satisfying to watch. So yeah, if you guys are looking for another Unreal Engine streamer to check out, go follow Truachomp. Yeah, so let's get to work. Let's actually do some things instead of yapping. I was talking about, I was trying to write a function here, trying to determine what identifier I want to use for the voxels. I guess we can just stick with vector for now as the location. So I'm writing a function that will output the valid storage voxels within an area, within a voxelized area. So this will be called something like get valid storage spaces. Get valid storage voxels, something like that. Well, developing something is an art, and you are developing a game with a story, so aren't you a storyteller? I suppose so, although I think the AI will be doing most of the storytelling for me. I'm more so just creating a sandbox for which stories can be told within. Get valid storage voxels. So I guess I will need an area. I essentially need all of the area information. I need the actor, voxel size, inclusion, exclusion bounds. Valid voxel object. Well, okay, we're gonna pass. I think we should pass in all of the voxels. So we'll go voxel transform. Right, they will be transforms here too. F transform. Let's not copy that. That'll be a potentially expensive copy. So we're gonna pass in all the transforms already. So we're gonna run that the voxel algorithm. The output of that will go into here. And then I suppose we need to iterate through each one, do some line tracing, and then output some F vectors. What other information do I need here? And what am I actually going to use this for? This is going to be for like when a colonist needs to find a spot to place something. So yeah, I think I will need the F area building data. We can do const ref there, I think, because we're not actually going to put anything there yet. And I'm a lurk. Go read shitty isekai novels. Well, go enjoy your novels. I appreciate the lurking, and thank you for stopping by. So building data we will need. I guess I'll need to. Yeah, I need to know what item I'm placing as well, I suppose. Reincarnated or transported to another world. Fun. Is this gonna be... Do I need to determine this? let's just say like get empty. This is going to be get empty storage voxels. Should it be? No, I should have one base function for just getting storage voxels. Yeah, and then the other functions will operate on that. And so at that point, what I need, I don't think I would need building data. And this is more so like get storage spots. Let's call this spots because it's not actually it doesn't relate to a voxel at this point. This is going to be get storage spots. And so what we need to do here is iterate over each voxel transform. Voxel transforms. Okay, let's make our T set of F vector storage spots. We'll return that at the end. Put a comment here so the AI autocomplete's gonna have some context. Iterate over voxel transforms and line trace downwards from the upper bound of each voxel. We find the ground. If the filter based on the ground impact normal. Okay. Come on, AI. I know you know what I need now, so give it to me. All right. Oh, okay. Is this what I want? Oh, I need a world context object here too, I suppose. But we'll just use the area actor. Yeah, I guess if I'm gonna be doing I need to use my own actually here. I need to use my own collision function. So I have to trace utils line trace single by channel. I need to line trace for object. Okay, so this is also, these voxels are also going to be on buildings as well. So potentially stored in buildings. Potentially stored in buildings, so line trace by channel. Yeah, and I guess you wouldn't want to store something. You wouldn't want to store something in a spot that's like already taken by some non-storage object, right? That wouldn't make sense. Yeah, these storage objects are going to need like little collisions on them, little collision settings on them. That's going to be frustrating. So I really think I need line trace. Yeah, I think I do need line trace single by channel. And then what, do visibility perhaps? And then just check the object type of the thing that's returned. So I'm thinking like, because you can do an area like this. It effectively wraps around the building, and then the building could have a second floor. The voxels would wrap up to the second floor as well. And so if there's like a wall here, you know, these voxels on the edge are, you can't store anything there. Can't store anything there. But also if I had like a table, I had a table here, right? I wouldn't want to store anything on the table or under under the table or anything, right? I mean, I guess you could. I guess you kind of could store it under the table. Like those two voxels, maybe even those, like these 6 voxels here. Probably valid. Maybe even that one right there too. But yeah, I want to like I'll need to do some sophisticated check. Great channel, but I'm invested. Thank you, Joseph. Welcome in. Isabella, hello. Yeah, I need to figure out like what is an invalid spot and what is a valid spot. I think that's a problem for a different day though. Let's just make it work first. That's always step number one. I guess I'm just trying to think about if I want to do line trace single by channel or like make a line trace for object type or something. I think we can probably just stick with channel for now. Object types. Do I pass in object types to this one? No, just trace channels. Yeah, I think I want visibility here. So we want out hit, which will need to be a my hit result. Get rid of this. Trace start and end. Trace channel. Oh yeah, it's not an array. Not an array. Ignored actors. Yeah, there definitely will need to be some. But if it's line trace single and I want to ignore, like if there's like a colonist standing there, I don't want to hit the colonist or like a player or anything, right? Yeah, maybe I should just stick to the, or make a line trace for objects. It's really the only thing I would want to hit is buildings, terrain. Yeah, I don't know if there's I don't think anything else would be invalid, because everything's basically going to be a building. I don't have that. Oh god. Excuse me. Excuse me. Bless me. I don't have a line trace single for object yet. Oh, and if I do visibility, we're going to get the hits on the... We will get the hits on the voxels. On the voxels themselves. I don't even think this would work. What are my other line trace functions that I built? I don't have a line trace single for object types. Okay. Are you deep? Are you into deep game dev? Oh. Oh. How deep are we talking? Yeah, I guess I want a line trace single for objects. Now, is there a corollary in the Kismet system library for that? Oh, I do line trace single by channel. Let me see here. Line trace single by object type. Oh, does it only take one object type? No, it'll be on. It looks like it's on the query params. Let me grab these. Oh, I can't. Give me that. What do we have here? What do we have? Add object. Yeah, so we have, yeah, so it'll be an array of trace channel. And we would want to call that object types. I get a teen them as byte. I have a question. I may or may not have an answer. How do you start a game project without reference? I don't think you do. I mean, you need something. You need some prerequisites knowledge or prerequisite idea. I'm not sure your project is anything if you don't have some sort of reference. Games like Watch Dogs and GTA. How do you start that without? I mean, you need reference. You need to learn. That's how you have to learn. You have to learn how to do that. I guess I need to iterate over each of these. For each, that is not even close to what I wanted. But if you're asking how do you learn, I mean, no one is going to tell you exactly what you need to do. Like, that is something you have to go figure out. There are tons and tons and tons of resources on the internet. I'm sure if you typed in how to make GTA, something would pop up on that is YouTube. On YouTube to help you get started. So there is no ignored actors here. There is a Udemy course on creating a GTA type project. You could learn from that. Yeah, if you're interested in paying for knowledge and you learn best from courses, there's an option for you. Thank you, Voidopolis, for bailing me out of that question. What are you building here? I am building a function for line tracing for a single object, basically. Line trace single for object. Except I need to do the terrain result as well. Let's grab me all of that. I guess I need to say if object types contains terrain, which is really the big issue here. Just ask ChatGPT, bro. ChatGPT doesn't understand what I want done. And what is the point of doing anything if the second that you need to do it, you just have AI do it for you? What is the point of doing it at that point? You may as well just not even do it. And that's not to say I don't use AI for anything. I just don't use it for every single problem I encounter because I would like to learn things. What's your opinion on AI helping in coding? Yeah, it can be a nice help. I have used it for some functions that I don't care to learn about, right? Mainly for the more generic thing that you are doing, the better. The more generic the thing that you're doing, the better AI is going to be at doing it. But it turns out for game dev, you do a lot of very specific things for your game and the systems that you have made in your game, so it's not the most helpful. I've used it successfully for things like creating one-off functions for, like, you know, some geometry related things. Like I do DDA traversal algorithms and like a oriented box-to-box overlap and stuff. Like, AI is good at that because these are general algorithms. These are general geometric operations that are known and have been solved a million times over. Like, if you just use AI for things, what that's going to give you is the statistical average, right? Because it is just autocomplete. It is just autocomplete. So it's just guessing at what you want to hear. And yeah, when you're doing game dev, you're trying to make something specific. You're trying to make something with a vision. The more you use AI, the more generic that is going to be. Just vibe code, bro. Feel the vibes. Hey, vibe coding is not there yet. It ain't there yet. AI is too inconsistent to entirely vibe code a project. And if you entirely vibe code a project and you look at the repo at the end of the project, it is an unmaintainable mess. So yeah, I very much like the inline autocompletes. Those are very nice. And I feel like that, to me, is the future of AI coding right there. Like, you know, the one we have internally at Google is very good. And I can autocomplete almost entire test files now, which is really fucking nice. Because usually, you know, writing tests might take you more time than writing the actual code. Now it takes much less because of the autocomplete. And it knows what the test should look like because you've already written the code, right? So it's a lot of help with stuff like that. NDA breach leaked. Yeah, I know. Fire me. Sundar can fire me. Yeah, it turns out we use AI internally at Google. Crazy. I know. Crazy. Thanks a lot. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I think, you know, if you're trying to actually do something specific, you know, with a vision, which is what game dev is about. Like, game dev is about that process, right? Like, using AI is kind of using AI for game dev is kind of the antithesis of it, right? You are using something that is trained to give you the statistical average guessed response. So it's like, it's better to use on like the smaller micro things, like I said, like these little algorithms that you just need a generic algorithm to solve some problem, right? Like, you shouldn't just use AI to solve every problem, because then you're just going to solve that problem the same way it has always been solved. And you're not going to build anything new and unique. And you're not going to be creative, which is like the whole point of being a human, is to like express yourself, right? If you use AI, you're not expressing yourself. When I started using Verse to build Fortnite maps, I mainly used AI to give me an idea on how to solve a problem because it really didn't know the syntax. Yeah, it's great for inspiration and ideas. Great for that. But it's like, you need to take that and do something unique with it, right? Like, if you just let AI do the whole project, you know, you're gonna get slop, you know. Sovereign, welcome in. What are we working on today? Working on hauling is what I'm trying to do. And so, like, these areas. These areas algorithm voxel thingies, I want to store stuff in here, basically. So my colonists, like, when they go and forage, I want them to bring, you know, they have an inventory on them. Looks just like my inventory. And then I want them to put this stuff, like, in the storage spots, in these individual voxels. So I think I'll have, like, for now, probably just like a cube with the icon on it. And I want them to put it there. So I'm trying to work on a little algorithm to determine, like, the valid spots. Because, like, you know, for instance, like, there's two voxels right here stacked on top of each other. This should just be one spot for storage, right? So I'm going to do a line trace from the top of each box down to get the storage, like, spot location. Put it in a set so it'll be unique. So we'll kind of collapse that down into one point. And then I'll also need to make sure that, like, these voxels on the edges here, they'll need to be invalid too. And so I'm working on yet another line trace function that I have to write for my terrain system. What are you using for the scene build? I'm not sure what you mean when you say scene build. I have no idea what that means. But yeah, I need a line trace single for objects function that also takes in my terrain hit result. So we have our parameters. I need the response here. This is just like bool b hit, right? And then let's, like, initialize this outside, because we need to do some reconciliation here, because both of these could hit and I only want to return a single one, so I need to get whichever one is closest to the start location, I suppose. So if B hit and B terrain hit both hit, wow, that was perfect. See, look how helpful autocomplete can be. Now let me look at this and make sure it's correct. Impact point start to impact point distance squared. If it's less, out hit equals that. Yeah, we can just override the out hit there at that point. Yeah, else we just keep the out hit, and then we'll return out hit dot be blocking hit, I suppose. Did you create that wooden bench table thing? No, that's just a free asset. What are you using to build the game? This is Unreal Engine. This is Unreal Engine 5. There it is. My procedural terrain in all its glory. Both hit. Use the closest impact point. Yes, good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, ignored actors. Do I care about ignored actors here? I should probably make sure it matches the signatures. Trachomio, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think ignored actors is important because that affects the reconciliation that happens at the end. So we need that for sure. Although line trace, can you do the same project but on Unreal 4? I'm sure you could. Yeah. I don't see why not. So if the terrain hit and I make this a set, I would like that to be a set. And ignored actors contains terrain hit result dot get actor. Then we're just going to set it to false. False. Although Unreal Engine 4 does not have dynamic mesh components, so you have to create your own runtime dynamic mesh component. Can you recommend any course? No, I can't. I don't take courses. Videos I can use to learn how to create and use materials, textures, and animations. Hey, that is all stuff I need to learn as well. So I'm not, all the things you listed are the things I'm not good at in game development. So I'm going to be no help there. And then this should, you should have ignored actors on like params or something, right? Add ignored actors. Okay, it wants an array. Fine. Fine. You can have the array. Okay. This looks good. I think this is good. I don't have the entity trace working in here, and I'll add that when I need to. So, to do add ECC pawn entity trace. Add entity trace if object types dot contains ECC pawn. I could make my own collision setting for entity. That would actually be kind of nice. That's a good idea. For now, it's just pawn. Okay, so we have that utils function. Now we're going to use line trace single for objects. We need what do we need? The world context object. We can just pass in actor there. We need out hit. F my hit result. We have that. Start, end. 1,000. It's doing 1,000 in the Z direction. That's not what I want. Voxel location. Trace start, trace end. So, oh, I need the voxel size, right? I need the voxel size as well in here. I suppose I could put that into the scale. I suppose I could put that into the scale, but for now we're just going to leave it like that. Yeah, we want the array now of ECC building terrain. Okay. Go away. What else do we need? Start end object types. Ignored actors. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that I want in there. I'm not doing any draw debug. Yeah, I'm not doing anything for draw debug yet. Ignored actors on building and terrain. I guess the area actor is the only one. Yeah, the area actor is the only one that makes sense there. I don't want to hit the voxel that I'm tracing within. Impact normal. .z. Is that's not a good check. I don't think that's a good check. I need to do like a dot product, right? Oh, I did this somewhere, right? I did this in the velocity processor, where I believe Dinnick told me that 0.5 is not halfway between. Yeah, okay, perfect. I don't want to write my own function that makes 45 like halfway or something. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Although I don't know if you could. You can just convert to degree and divide by 90. But how do you convert to degree? Because I thought what we learned was that this dot product is not a like linear incrementation. That's why that's in my head. I was like, okay, I'm not sure if you could convert it easily. Convert dot product to degree. Is it that? Did I get the right AI response here? See this is the kind of thing where AI would be good for it, right? Let's use one of the good models here. Quad 4 seems correct. In Unreal Engine C++, show me how to convert the results of a dot product to an angle between, I guess it would be between 0 and, would it be between 0 and 180? I'll just say to an angle. Like, this is a very general use case, right? Nice. Okay, I would rather take the human sauce than the AI sauce. They just do. Oh, here's angle degrees. Okay. They do the ACOs. There's a fucking gnat in here. It's been in here for days. I'm tired of it. Sick and tired of it. Never mind, that's the way around. Uh-oh. Okay, humans lost this one. That is correct. Okay, we have confirmed. Okay, let me make a little reusable function for this so I don't have to go find it again. My generic utils, and I'm gonna like auto. I guess this is kind of my math utils situation. My math utils. Okay, so this is gonna be like, we can make it blueprint callable because why not? Dude, this fucking gnat, holy shit. Sorry, that might have been loud. I'm sorry. He was on my mic. I think I scared him off though. Static. What are we returning? A float, I think. Returning a float, and this will be like get degrees. Get degree between vectors. vector b equals, and I'm just going to do default to up vector here. That's what I do in both of these situations. And then I guess I just need to grab this vector A, vector B, return, angle degree. That way it explains it very nicely for me, and I can use it very easily. Defaulting to the up vector. So now if I check degrees less than 45, that's a lot more explanatory. I hope that works. I hope that works. Okay, so yeah, if we have a hit and degrees is less than 45, we can add it. No, we don't want to do anything. That's all. I think that's all the checking we need to do. And I guess if we don't have a hit, yeah, why did I say it like that? We don't have a hit from top. Yeah, we don't even need. I don't even need to collapse the points really in a set. So we're just going to trace from up to down, basically. Stored spots, add the impact point. Yeah, I do think we want the impact point there. Yeah. Yes. Is this as easy as it is? Okay, so we have get storage spots working. Theoretically working. So now, more functions. Blueprint callable, probably still blueprint pure. Now what I need is, I think we want to take in a set of T set F vector because I need to now, yeah, we want to take in the area actor, potentially the F area building data. Area building data. Area building data, which has the stored items on there, which is what we're going to need to check. I need to check where to go. So it's gonna be like get valid storage spots. Let's just return another T set. And we need to pass in storage spots. The pre-existing ones, which will be calculated from this one. And then I need the area building data, and then I also need the item. Item to store. Yeah, and I'll basically need to do some inventory logic here. So we may need to start breaking apart the inventory component, or the inventory U object. And when I say breaking apart, we'll basically just need to make some utils functions that work for both cases, because it's all going to be based on the item the quantity. It's like getting stackable something, right? I don't actually know if we'll need area here. But what we need to do is, first of all, create our f vector valid storage spots. Let's just return that, and then we can for each on the storage, the passed in storage spots. Spot. We'll just call it spot. So for each spot, if area building data dot contain dot stored items dot contains the spot, if we have the spot, which language? This is Unreal Engine C++. If we have the storage spot, if we have a stored item in there, I need to check area. This will be like auto item equals stored item spot. If item and item type, there is no item type, so it needs to be basically get class equals item to store get. Also, we need to just return early here. If item to store is null, return empty set. Honestly, if item to store or storage spots is empty, although that doesn't really matter. If storage spots is empty, it doesn't matter. This is just gonna do nothing. It's basically gonna do nothing, which is fine. So if the item and the class is equal to item to store get class, then we need to check if there is enough quantity left. Which this is where like U inventory, my inventory. Yes. I guess it is in the inventory component. U inventory component. Yeah, all of the get first item of type. There's so many functions here. It's really just like I guess it's in the add to inventory, or can fit in inventory, and add to inventory. Get stack slots. Yeah, that's the function. So if I wanted to reuse this function, it's going to output an array of, I would have to treat them as indices. So what I would need to do to correlate that to what I have here is get the values array of these stored items, right? And pass that in. And I guess maybe the more efficient way to do this yeah, I guess I could just put an inventory on I could just put an inventory on it. Oh, my Drunk Senior, I didn't know you were here. Thanks for stopping by, though. Inventory type. Character bank. I'm not using that for anything. No, I'm just looking at like the number of columns and the width and stuff like that. This is all like kind of UI related stuff. Everything but size, I guess. I guess it's really just a contents, right? I mean, an index and a contents. Although I don't know, is index going to be a... Is that going to be a, what was it, a stable... Is that going to be able to be a stable reference on the voxel thing? I'm not sure. Not sure if area or the index would always correlate to the same spot in the area. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that name, but thank you for the follow. Yeah, let's not think about this too hard. I really just need to reuse the logic here. Where was that? Get stack slots. Which I need an item for it. I guess I should get a stored items. I'm always so lost with the computer code. Hey, me too. That's my secret. I'm always lost. Generate value array. So I can do this. The array of new my item. I'm actually going to convert this to a set. Wait. Oh, because it's a fucking T object pointer? Okay. Get rid of the T object pointer. You happy now? Generate value array. Why are you trying to do a T-vector double? Oh, I did key or I'm dumb. I can't even read. Can't even read. Generate value array. There we go. Wait, is this fine to be a T? Can you do that implicit conversion? No, you can't. Okay, so that was an issue. I was right that was an issue. Okay, so stored items, T set. We're gonna turn that into a set. Well, shit, no, because then we would need to check by. We would need to check by a class, not pointer. Yeah, I could store by class and then have an array of items. But then I would need to correlate that item back to a vector that it's stored at. That's my key. Yeah, so I'm gonna get an array of valid storage spots to put this thing. But like, if there's already a stack of items there, that's where you would want to put it, right? So I don't know, does this return a single slot to put it at, or multiple that are just maybe ordered or sorted somehow? Do I have to check every single slot? No, I don't have to check every single voxel slot. Only if it doesn't contain the item I'm already placing do I need to check every slot. Dr. Elliott, welcome in. How you doing, brother? What is the most efficient way to run this? Yeah, I need to map this like back to I need to create a bunch of maps so I can do like constant time lookups on all this stuff. So is there a way to just like invert a map in constant time? Probably not, right? Okay, so here's what I want to do. Let's create a bunch of maps. We're going to for each. We're we're gonna for each on area building data. Stored items. Yes. I'll just call this storage. And then I want a T-map of my item to where it is stored at. I'll say this is item to spot. Item to storage spot. So we're just going to basically just flip storage value storage.key. So we're going to flip that. I need that later. I also need a T-map of I guess a U class to T set of F vector class to storage spots. Find or add dot add. Yes, perfect. And there should be no empty, just to make sure, there should be no empty pointers here. Storage.value, if there isn't one, just continue. Okay, so I have my constant time complexity lookup maps built out there. I think that's all I need. So now, once those are built, I mean, I guess really the easiest thing to, the most efficient thing to do would be to like not iterate through all of this. And if I find a story, well, no, because there could be multiple. There could be multiple in there. So no, never mind. I have to look through the whole thing. So I'm just gonna say if class to storage spots contains, or should I just do find? Let's just do find here. I think that'll be nicer. Class to storage spots. This will be a U class, potentially null. No, this will be a T set F vector pointer spots. Oh, this is like item class spots. Dot find item to store dot get class. If item class spots and is there like a get defaulted? I don't think so. So if there's item class spots and item class spots dot num greater than 0. Then I guess I need to return these spots. This is more so feeling like a function that should just return a single spot. But just thinking about how this is eventually going to get used for the colonist logic is like for the state tree, it's going to be latent, right? So he's going to need to get the location to go to, which will be based on, which is this logic will give that. But then he's going to need to travel there. When he actually gets there, it could be invalid by the time he gets there. Like the slot could be taken up by something else. So we will also need to rerun it, basically. This is Unreal Engine C++. Okay, so which is why an array would be nice, so I don't have to rerun this, but like it's necessary, right? Because the whole state of the world can change, so I have to rerun it. So I might as well just return, dude. This gnat needs to fuck right off, please and thank you. Jesus, it is getting all up in my face. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I don't know how loud that was. I am sorry. I think I got him though. Oh, I got his ass. I think. Unless there's another one somewhere. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so if there is item spots, I mean, one should never get put in there if it's empty. T set And should I just make it an array for iteration? I mean, it doesn't hurt to check if there's more, but like for each item class spots, we would need to dereference it, which is really weird syntax. Right? Because you can't, or do you not need to? Oh, I guess you don't need to, okay. Item storage spot. And so this is where I need to get the my item or the stored item. Find ref. I mean, it should be contained in there, although like edits could happen at any point to this stored items thing. Yeah, I may need to do this on the game thread. Synchronize. Right. I think that'll be when the actual edit happens then. Find ref. So find ref I feel like should work within the scope of this. Like there's no way it could. It fucking could. It fucking could, couldn't it? Let's make no assumptions. If area building data stored items contains, if it doesn't contain it, just continue, skip it. And then, well, I guess we could just do find, right? And it'll be a double pointer. I hate that though. It's so weird. Stored item. Yeah, just find ref. I mean, if we check it in the literal line before, there's no way it changes in one line of code, right? Right, Anakin? Right? And so I've already validated that the classes are the same. And so then I just need to do the inventory logic, I suppose. Getting the stack slots. Getting the stack slots. Which if I wanted, I would need another map here that matches inventory contents, which is a map of int to item, and the int would be the index of the keys array. Is this looping stable? I mean, it would be stable within the context of this function, so I think that's probably fine. So I could, yeah, let's make our tmap contents int 32 to u my item. Copier. Hey, we all copied someone, right? I guess I could. I don't. We're just gonna. we're gonna do this. Item count. Okay. No, we're not gonna do that. T array. Oh, this is getting so messy. T array of I guess my item. No, T array of f vector for storage spots array. And we will do a for I here instead. Over that. And then we would want to area building data dot stored items dot generate key array with storage spots array. Okay. So many different things here. This is the storage spot now. This is the key, which goes here and here. Storage spot, and then I need auto stored item. There is no stored item. Continue, just in case. Okay, then put I in there. Okay, so now we have our content, so I could reuse this logic I have here. And the only thing I would need to pass in here is inventory contents, which is that tmap. Okay, so then I can get the stack slots for this. Yeah, and there being multiple slots to actually put this in is kind of annoying to have to deal with. Do I actually want them to, like, move to each individual spot? Yeah, probably. God, hauling is so complicated. Okay, so we're also doing inventory size here, which mine is compact, whereas inventory is not. So inventory size would just be the length of the spots array. Okay, let's put this into a static. So we want tmap u int 32 to u my item. Call this contents. Contents, and then int 32 inventory size. That's fine, right? Okay, and so inventory size, put that there. Contents, put that there. Get first empty slot. Also needs to be static. Short constref. Constref is good. Get first empty slot, passing in contents and inventory size. Need to do the same down there as well. Get stack slots. Yeah, so this is like inventory, contents, inventory size. There we go. So now that's that works. What is this? Oh, did I make it a uint on accident? I did. Just int 32. Okay. Okay, so now we have a nice reusable function. We're getting the stack slots. So let's use that. Inventory component. Now this is a weird place to put it, but fuck it. Git stack slots. And then we put our contents in there, and then we're just going to do contents.num. That should be correct. And we're going to pass in the item to store here. And then I need an array int 32 out storage spot ID XS. That is how you spell indices. Why are you upset here? Member is inaccessible. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, so get stack slots is now public. Bool B has stack slots. King X Gaming, hello. Welcome in. Marka, welcome in. What you working on? I am working on storage. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain, destructible terrain. I'm working on the hauling Colonist task. I guess it's still running. I'm still running here. Okay, so here's the game. Yeah. So here is, this is like an area that can be used for many different things. One of them is storage or hauling. This is for hauling. And so each one of these spots is going to be a place you can put something. And I'm trying to calculate where things can go based on like stack sizes and stuff, which I've already done. So I'm just making it work for, I've already done it for this inventory. I'm going to do the same thing for the storage area. So I'm just working on like iterating through all these spots and finding the one that the colonist needs to actually take something to and place there. Making a module. No. Okay, so if we have B stack slots, now does this incorporate? I forget how I wrote this function a long time ago. Dude, my hair is getting everywhere. First empty slot. Okay, so yeah, there is the first empty slot thing. Okay, so I guess I want to add like a proxy here. Yeah, so I guess I do want to add a proxy here. Get first empty slot. And so, yeah, and if I pass in num, I should do num plus 1. And if I get that plus 1, I know I need to put it into a new location. Okay, hang on. So we need to do something like this. Inventory size equals contents.num. If I need to check if I have empty slots or not before I can add one to this. How do I fucking check if I have empty spots or not? I mean, no, I don't need to do this because I'm just going to handle this case after. Yeah, I'm going to handle this case after this loop. This is specifically for stack slots, not getting the first empty slot. If I'm getting the first empty slot, that's what I'm going to do down here. So if I have stack slots, I guess I return false if I don't have enough. This is going to be has enough stack slots. It'll return false if it doesn't have enough, but I still get the out storage spots indices. If I have enough, I mean, really, I should just check if this dot num greater than 0. Oh, wow, that was a lot that I didn't want. Out storage spot indices dot num is greater than 0. Then I should return those. Then I should return those. So like that means valid storage spots. Wait, why am I iterating over that here? That's not what I need to be iterating over. I'm iterating over this. Thing is, I've already narrowed it down. So I should probably only build the contents once I get down here. Although I might need it after this, so... we'll just start adding here. So I need to do the storage spots array. Yeah, that. Or it's just for each over this. I don't need to do the if greater. Storage spot, indices, index. Yeah, put that in there. Int 32. Autogulus, welcome in, my dude. How's it going? So many pretties in your chat, Mr. Drong. Odd coming in here with the creepy vibes dialed to 11. I could hear the heavy breathing in that comment. Mr. Dong. No, please. Mr. Dong is my father. Call me Dong. Okay. So this isn't actually going to handle the putting into these. So I add all that. If B has enough stack slots, I can return valid storage spots right here. Otherwise, actually, with how I have contents built out here, I shouldn't be doing this at all. But I don't need contents, right? I should only be building out contents once I get into here. Right? And so I have these F vectors. I have a T set of F vector, which is now seeming like it should be an array. Which is now seeming like it should be an array, because I will need to get the index of it. And so if I get here, if I have item class spots, good, Anakin, good. Spots. Storage. This is class, storage, spot. It is an F vector. Contents, add. The contents, shit, hang on. For I forgot. For I in item class spots dot num. Okay, pointer num. And then I would need to area building data. I guess let's check if area building data dot stored items contains the F vector, which is item. This will be F vector class storage spot. Yeah. So if it contains that, we are going to add it to the contents array. Okay. Contents is now the absolute minimal size. This should be efficient. Could be. I'm writing a lot of fucking logic in here that has gone untested for quite some time. Storage spot, indices. Yeah, once we get out of here, then this is where I need to search for empty spots. And should I be doing the distance check here? Should I be doing the distance check here? Or is that in a different function that I then pass this into? Get closest spot. I don't think I'd ever need to use them separately. I mean, I guess I could just I could use the return from this to just as a pseudo, is it possible? And then I wouldn't need to do any sorting or distance stuff. So yeah, maybe I should just make it a bit more modular. Anyways, storage spots. We're going to put all of them in there. Yeah, I guess we're going to put all of them in here. I feel like it would just be easier to check if they're, which one's closer here. Especially if I'm already putting the stack slots there. It would kind of already be ordered by putting those first, which would be the highest priority spots to put something in, because you want them to stack it, right? You don't want them to just put it all over the fucking place. Yeah, let's just return the closest one here. I think we just return the closest one. Which is actually a little weird because it's like, why am I doing get storage spots when I don't necessarily know that I need to? Oh my god, you know what I'm gonna have to handle? Oh no. You know what I'm gonna have to handle? If the player resizes this, if the player resizes this, or shrinks it, and there was something that was stored in there that is now not stored. Oh no, I didn't, dude, this is such a can of worms, man. Oh look, it rebuilt around the table now. You can store things on the table. Is that desired? It also rebuilt around the wall. Is that desired? I don't know if it should change or not. When the world changes, you know what I mean? It's like you could also deform the terrain underneath it. Do you want it to rebuild when that happens? And then whenever you resize it, that happens, and you may not realize it. These may be kind of hard to work with. They may be. When you place a building, do you want it to rebuild? Or do you want it like, because that's the difference right there. Jesus, oh, there's so many edge cases here. Oh. Oh, it's gonna be a massive can of worms. Yeah, I guess let's not pass in storage spots. And then I guess that means that this needs voxel size and voxel transforms. Do I want to have to maintain those? No, I don't, but this is what we have to do. I mean, no, because we're going to be running the algorithm each time. Okay, so here, t sets f vector storage spots get storage spots, yes, or each spot in storage spots. Let's do an f vector closest spot. Which language are you using? C++. This is Unreal Engine C++. You can resize a building that is currently an inventory into a size that doesn't have an inventory. I mean, there will be like the minimum size is like 1 block, so it's not going to be like it'll have an inventory, but it just could, like, there could be something in that spot, and then you resize it to where the thing in that spot isn't technically in its inventory anymore. So I'll have to, after this gets resized, I'll have to do that reconciliation where I change what is stored in here. And then whoever your haulers are going to realize that there's something sitting right here that isn't in colony storage that needs to be hauled. And they'll need to put it back, you know? Yeah, it's going to be a massive pain. Closest spot. Make it a pointer, actually. Can I make it a pointer? I wanted a pointer just so I can check if it's null or not. Let's do a 4i instead. Ryder, what are you doing? What are you doing? 4i, thank you. Okay, let's get rid of this. This is no longer relevant anymore. What? No. Oh, yeah, it's I have to, yeah, do the iterator. Because it's a set, which is annoying that I have to do that. What does this return? Is it, wait, is it not plus plus? What is it? I don't know how to use iterators, and at this point I'm too afraid to ask how to use them. Advance. What's the, I thought it was plus plus. You can call it that. Oh, I need to deref it or something, right? That's the issue. Okay, I do know how to use them. No? So wait, why does that work? Oh, is it, do you need to do... Okay, you have to put it in front. Okay. I do know how to use them. If I equals 0, just set the closest spot, else... Use the iterator in the for loop. Does it matter? Oh, I see what you mean. But I guess what I need to... The reason I'm using the I... is because I need to check the initial case where I don't have a closest spot set yet. So that's why I did this way. Just to check if I equals 0. But I could just use a Boolean. But if I'm just gonna use a Boolean, I'm just gonna go back to a for each. Honestly, I feel like the Boolean approach. I feel like the Boolean approach is, yeah, is a lot easier. I don't have a closest spot. Closest spot equals valid storage spot. Continue. Well, I also need to check that this is, I need to check if this actually contains something or not. Okay, so yeah, it can't have an item. We already did the item checking. We said it. I guess we can just do else here, actually. Else. I need to check float, current distance. Closest spot to oh, I need to pass in the I need to pass in the location to check against. Yeah. Yeah. Closest to location. Closest one. And then at the end, valid storage spots. If B. Oh, Jesus. I needed the Boolean anyway. If it has the closest spot, add it and return. Oh boy, that was a big function. That was a big function. And I will need some way to visualize this. So is it edit anywhere? It is. So then I can check. I can check when it actually gets added in there. So I'll need to run this when I'm just trying to find a spot. And the logic is, I guess, just like if I'm within distance of that spot, return, if I'm within interaction distance, return success from the state tree that it moves to the interact with object. Actually, is it even an interaction? I guess I'll need to think about how players interact with this as well. I think they're going to interact with it on an individual item basis. They're going to go in here and there's going to be, if there's no item there, then they just interact with the thing. Nice. But if there is an item there, it's going to be like, what, pick up item? And then how do you place items as a player? How would you place items? Click and drag? Yeah, just click and drag, because I guess you could drop it in, somewhere in the world too if I'm going to be doing that. See, this is where I need to make decisions about how things are going to be physically represented in the world after they've been inventoryized. I could just use the meshes, but then it's like you have a stack of 20 mushrooms. You drop them in the world. Like, what does that mesh look like? Do you just drop literally 20 fucking mushrooms all over the ground? Maybe. Maybe. Breath of the Wild would. Do they have stacks in Breath of the Wild? I forget. I guess they do, right? Can you drop in the world? But no, you have to add it to your hands. That's how they did it, right? You have to like add to your arms, right? Because that was the whole annoyance of the cooking system. Because you had to like. Didn't you have to add it to your arms before? Hello, Polar Robin. John Cena. Welcome in.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How was your stream? Burnt pineapple?
We got him.
We got him. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Tell us about your stream. I popped in for a hot second here today. I saw you just lobbing projectiles. What were you working on today? I am working on storing things in this area. I'm working on storing things within an area. And it turns out it's going to be a massive can of worms. So I have to write like a bunch of algorithms to like get, you know, stackable slots if there's any that match and whatnot. I guess I don't need an item to storage spot, do I? What did I put that there for? I just get it from the storage spots array. No, that's going to be wrong. That is going to be wrong. Actually, so that's not right. I'm glad I looked at that. Storage spots array is not what I want there. I need to use item to storage spot on the contents. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, like we have inventories here that's like on your player, but colonists need to haul it to somewhere. So there are going to be containers. Honestly, dude, containers it would be so much easier than doing this. Like, I do want this like stored in the world concept though, like just place it on the ground kind of concept. Is the bluer stuff your voxel system? Yeah, it's not like a world grid voxel or anything. I mean, it is effectively, but like it's just an algorithm I wrote to like define areas in the world, and so these voxels get like spun up on the fly. So the world is not like an entire voxel system. The system is just for the areas. And it's just so you can define things that wrap to the landscape and you don't accidentally select a cave underground. I can't just use like a square, right? Because then I would select a cave that is potentially like right underground here. Yeah. Yeah, caves add a lot of things that you need to consider, which is quite annoying. Push the hotfix from the demo? Hell yeah. Yeah, blue is default here. Player can set different colors just so they can recognize, you know, different task types. So you say like, oh, the green one is for logging, you know, chop trees in that area or something. But now I'm trying to think of like, can the player, you know, place things in here? How do they place it in there? Because I'm thinking about how the interaction actually happens. When a colonist puts it in here versus when a player puts it in here, I'm thinking click and drag to drop. Then I'm thinking like, what's I'm thinking what would happen? Can you just do that anywhere in the world? Does it just put it anywhere? Does it just do we just do a line trace and drop it there, you know? Does it maintain its little box format? Odd mentioned that, you know, Breath of the Wild kind of has a system. Yeah, where you have to like put it in your arms first. Like Breath of the Wild has an inventory with stackable items in it, but you can only put like, what was it, like 5 items in your arms, and then you like dropped it or something. You had to like drop it into the world. And that's how you did the cooking, which was kind of like arduous, honestly. It was kind of my one criticism of the game is like everything is like so kind of annoying. There's so many like interfaces and UIs and stuff you have to go through in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, it's not a very streamlined thing. I would load up apples into my hands and let my horse eat. Yeah, having a system to carry something in your arms or hands or whatever is an interesting concept, because yeah, you can do things like feed the horse, you know, coax it to come near you. But then you can also just like automatically do that, you know what I mean? Like you could just have an interaction button you know, you walk up to the horse. I'm gonna use this guy as my horse. You creep up to him so he doesn't run away, and the E becomes tame or whatever interaction, feed apple or whatever. And then you just do the animation. You put one apple from your inventory there, and then that is a lot easier to do, right? Your horse needs a vet. I mean, no, he's fine. He's happy. But then it's like the player also like that. There's no mystery there, I guess. That's the benefit of the Breath of the Wild system. There's some mystery there. Like the player doesn't exactly know that putting an apple in your arms leads to the horse eating it. So there's all that like world interaction that can happen. And I guess for me, like for the system I just described, like you would just have to have an apple in your inventory for the option to show up. Which there's still a little bit of mystery there, right? Like you wouldn't know that you could do that unless you had an apple in your inventory when you did it, right? So there's some mystery there. And the interaction itself for the player is a lot less tedious. All that's suffice to say, I don't know what I want to fucking do. Do I want to drop it in the world? I mean, it makes sense with what else I'm doing, right? Like, especially if I'm going to be able to put it in here. I think I do. Like, I think I do want to drop on the ground. I guess the thing I don't like is... like, I kind of like inventory management in WoW where you can't drop anything on the ground. Like, you delete it or it's in your inventory, right? It has to be in an inventory. You can't drop things on the ground in WoW. And I kind of like that because it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too kind of thing, which is what vanilla WoW is the king of. And I actually do really appreciate it. And so it's like, when you have to, like, when your inventory is full, you have to decide what you want to get rid of, and you're not going to be able to, like, come back for it, you know? But then again, I am going to have, like... or at least I wanted to kind of copy RimWorld in their durability system. In that, like, if you leave stuff outside, it takes durability damage, you know? If you leave it unroofed, it takes durability damage. If it's in water, it takes even more durability damage. If there's a storm, it takes even more durability damage, you know? Like, a system like that is cool. And so if I allow you to drop stuff on the ground, that interacts with that system very well. But if everything's in containers, it's like, what's the... you know, that's all kind of moot, right? The system doesn't exist anymore. Can you destroy placed objects stuck at that table? Yes. Yes, you can. Just dupe glitch your cake. What kind of cake are we talking? I think I have enough cake for everyone. Let me tell you. Stone of my drawing, +1 to dropping onto ground. Yes. See, I guess I am leaning towards dropping it on. You can drop it on the ground. And yeah, if your inventory is full, you can just drop something on the ground and come back for it later. Oh, I kind of don't like that, though. I want you to have to pick what you delete. You know, I want that... because then it's like resources are abundant, right? There's nothing that gets rid of resources other than potential durability loss. I mean, maybe an animal could come up and like eat the shit or whatever, or some other colonist could pick it up or something. I like about too, but some of those design choices are probably just technical constraints. You're probably right, but they do have a gameplay impact, right? So like imagine a world where you could drop stuff on the ground in vanilla WoW. That would be very different. That would be like you're just walking around in the world and some other player drops some shit on the ground that you can now pick up. It's a bunch of crap, but you can just pick it up and go vendor it. You know what I mean? So then the amount of money in the world is now even higher than it already was, right? There's even less gold sinks in the world relative to how much gold there is because it never gets destroyed. the things that give you currency or money or resources in the game never get destroyed. You just wait outside. I mean, people wouldn't drop things that were valuable though, so you'd just be getting like you'd be getting like the pocket lint and fucking chaff in everyone's bags. Can't you do that? Can't you you can pickpocket people and you can get like pocket lint and shit, or like you get like someone's diary if you do that as a rogue. Lazy raid night, free potions. I don't think people would be dropping potions on the ground. I highly doubt that that would ever happen. Yeah, I don't know what I would want to do. Can you trade items? Yeah, I'll probably do that. So, in WoW you can, if that's what you're asking. In WoW you trade directly to a player. They'd learn not to because I'd be ready. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't even think you would need to be ready. You would just know not to do that because that can happen. You just really want to get into the RPG side of it. You really just want to be you're just gonna be a level 1 rogue in front of BWL. I know RSRS, you have limited bank space, so people drop valuable stuff all the time. How valuable are we talking? I guess it would be not valuable. If they're dropping it, it would be not valuable to them, right? But I guess it could be valuable to someone else. Like a level 1, you just hang out around the bank and get everyone's like not completely max level gear. So and it's not like I'm making an MMO, so I don't need to make MMO level decisions. It's just kind of like a smaller scale multiplayer. So I'm not even worried about like the player to player dropping interaction. I'm more so just worried about the abundance of resources and never having to make a decision to delete something. Therefore, there are a lot of resources in the world. Therefore, I have to balance around that. You know? But I guess the durability, outdoor durability system is what kind of helps with that. It just does it to a much lesser extent. What do you mean no MMO? You make MMO now. I wish. I'm not gonna sit here and fucking play with myself and act like I can do that though. I'm not Team Vash. Can't do what they do. You'd have to at least pick a project name. Over my dead body. I have a project name. It's my project. See, the thing is, like, once I pick a game, it becomes serious. You know what I mean? It's like naming a stray cat. Once you give it a name, it's like, oh, fuck, now it's mine. You know? Now I have to make sure it doesn't die. maybe that's why I'm avoiding naming it. And it's like, oh, I have a name. Oh, now you gotta make a Steam page. Oh, now you need you need to make assets for it. Oh, you can't be using placeholders anymore. You gotta have I don't want to do all that right now. I don't want that. I don't want that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Hasty, welcome in. Yeah, I guess I do lean dropping on the ground. It's more work. It's more work. Drongheim. Yeah, I mean, if it was a Viking game, maybe I would name it that. It's not going to be specifically Viking, though. You can drop items on the ground in Drongheim. Oh my god, AAA. Ubisoft and EA shudder at the sight of Drongheim and its item dropping mechanics. Coming to Unreal Engine 5.8. Quadruple A, yeah. The first quadruple A game. No, it's actually the second. Skull and Bones was the first quadruple A. Oh my god. Look at that target. Always hate it when stuff gets deleted without an explanation. Well, in WoW it tells you, like, if you click in your inventory, you click and drag onto the ground and click again, it'll say, are you sure you want to delete this? It will be destroyed forever. And you say yes. So it's not like it's without explanation, but it has no explanation in the physics, in like the physical world sense, but it does have an in-game explanation as to what will happen. I guess I could just make the durability thing super brutal. But it's just like, that's such a... Yes, it's more flavorful, but it requires more work. I need a better system. Do you want to destroy 6,969 gigantic stone slabs in an instant? Is that a RuneScape joke? What have the stone slabs done to me? Maybe I do want to delete them. Yeah, Prismatica, I'm gonna need you to get that that water system done, stat, so I can flood my caves with water. Yeah, so if you could just finish that, that'd be great. Thanks. I'm procrastinating because I don't want to make a decision. I'm on it. Hell yeah. Is your game memory intensive? Yeah, it will be. Yes, it will be. With having the whole world simulated, yeah, that will be a pretty memory intensive thing. This zone is called the Staff of Magic. Ooh, the Goblin Mines of Greed. I like that. That's cool. Moonshadow Refuge. Moonspire Reach. Voidvale Pass. The Arrow of Truth. I did mean in a physical sense. Okay, yeah. Could have gone either way with that one. I like the idea of colonists just thieving shit you leave on the ground. Well, it would have to be like, see, that's the thing. Here's another consideration. When you drop... In RimWorld, there is an allowed and disallowed button. Like, you can click on something dropped on the ground, you can allow it or disallow it. That means your colonists can go pick it up and use it or something. That makes sense for a top-down colony sim where you can see the whole world and like do that kind of thing. But like in a third-person RPG colony sim, you might drop something and not do that, and then like what does your colonist know to not pick that up? Like, what if it's on the other side of the fucking world? You know what I mean? Like, how does that? And I guess I was going to create a perception system, so maybe that handles that. But how does the hauling task even work then? If it's based on perception, you would need them to run around the colony and perceive all the different things on the ground and then pick them up. And what, you just like run them randomly around the colony to do that? I don't know. That's a weird task. So you'd probably just want to code in that they know where the things that need to be hauled are. Anything not in anything on the ground that's not in storage. Why won't you render a proximity of where the player is located instead of rendering the whole map? I will do that. That does not help me with the scale of the simulation that I want to do, though. Well, I mean, it does help, but that doesn't completely erase all of my memory problems. I still need the data of the terrain, right? I am still keeping it in memory and running the simulation. Yeah, I don't render it. There's no mesh here. I've deleted the mesh, but I do still have the triangle data. Right, I have all the vertices saved, and then I can use those to make sure that the navmesh generates properly and stays in memory. I will need the navmesh in memory. So I can use that to do a bounding volume hierarchy spatial data trace to determine where all of my PCG stuff should spawn, despite there being no collision and no mesh. And this is just one small section of the world, so I've capped the generation to this square. But eventually it will be generating the whole world, so, or as much as I can. I will probably make my colonists terrain generation invokers. so that maybe some uninteresting terrain chunks can be fully unloaded from memory. Not having 64 gigs of RAM is a crime anyway. Yeah, we're really pushing the limits of minimum required specs. Only 8 gigs in editor right now. And that's with PCG being a fucking RAM hog that I'll need to fix eventually. That's 2 gigs of PCG cache plus some more that I just don't need. Your U object count is just dancing. Is it? Is it not supposed to? What kind of dance does your U object count do? I mean, it's fairly stable. Yeah, when I move around, yeah, because there are things calling and uncalling. I mean, what do you mean it's dancing? I feel like that's expected. If I don't move, it's stable. Fairly. Yeah, if I don't move or look anywhere, it stops moving. Easy. Easy. Yeah, I guess I'm dropping on the... I'm gonna need a whole ass system. Eat my whole ass. I need a whole ass system to do the durability. Like, I'm gonna need a durability processor, right? Can you destroy that table? Looks ugly. Which one? Oh, I destroyed the... there you go. Hey, Walter Jiggle physics. Yeah, the booba. Yeah, maybe, you know, I don't do cosmetics, not going to do any MTX. The only MTX, booba physics. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Because the modders are going to mod it anyway. You know what I mean? Not a bad idea. Hey, if you want the voluptuous fucking sex doll characters, gotta pay extra for the harm that you're doing to women's images everywhere. Half of that gets donated to women's mental health. I pocket the other half. Everyone's happy. They get what they want. Women get the help they need. I get a little bit of change, and I can keep working on the game. Yeah, I'll need a system to iterate over the fucking things on the ground and apply durability to them. Apply durability damage. It probably wouldn't need to tick very often. Like, it's not something that needs to happen like super frame perfect or anything. And I guess the entity would, all it would have is a location and a durability data fragment. And then you would, yeah, you could just iterate every so often. I thought you had destruction effect animation. I do on some of it, not all of it. On the main objects, I do. Chuck it in a round robin list, processing one per frame, and you're good. Yeah, that could be even easier. Could even run it on the game thread at that point. I wouldn't want it to be frame bound though, you know. Although several of my systems already are. Yeah, I guess that's fine. The thing I'm concerned about is, like, RimWorld has like a I don't know what to call it, but it's like they have a tile-based map, right? And every tile has like a bunch of values that can be queried. And they give you values like what the beauty is around the pawn. And so like after a raid, there's just like dead bodies and fucking blood everywhere. Like that changes the beauty value on the tiles to like negative, right? And then the pawn gets upset because they're in an unsightly environment, right? I need a system like that, but I also need it for like I'm gonna need to know if these things are roofed or unroofed, which I could just do a line trace up from it. So it's like, and I need to save memory, so I don't know if I can do the tile-based, or I guess for me it would be a voxel-based approach of like storing that data. I don't want to store everything, but I could have like a cache, probably. But it's like probably every iteration of the entity system, each colonist is going to need to understand if they're surrounded by beauty, if they're inside, if they're outside. Are they being rained on? That kind of thing. That's gonna be really difficult to get working performantly. I'm a little worried about it. Looking Journey, it's a huge project for one. Yes, it is. I appreciate your support. Line trace up, then assume it hasn't changed only until it's dirtied. Roof removed or object moved. Right, but that's like, you have to have like a whole delegate on every single item, right? Which seems like overkill as well. That seems like just as unperformant. Because then you're going to need to subscribe to like that event of like roof removed or whatever. It's just a lot. It seems like a lot, no matter which way you cut it. Can you do line traces, etc. on non-game threads? Yes. Yes. I do some of my own line traces though, where it's not the Unreal Engine line traces, but you can do the Unreal Engine line traces. I think you can do like the these ones. I don't think you can do the Kismet ones. Maybe you can. I don't know. No, there's another one. Oh no, I use the Kismet one. So yeah, you can line trace on the background thread. Just don't draw debug on the background thread. Unreal Engine hates that. Well, how expensive are calling delegates and storing like how much memory is a delegate? Can I see that? Does Ryder give me that? Let's declare. And it would have to be, would it need to be a multicast delegate? Yeah. I don't know if it would be dynamic. It wouldn't necessarily need to be dynamic, but like what's F on died? Size 24. 24 bytes. Okay, so it's not that much actually. That's what RimWorld and Factorio do. Lots of delegates listing for events so they don't have to check very often. Delegate is just an array of pointers or something, right? I have no fucking idea what it is. It just feels like, I guess it's just the whole process of creating a pointer, or not a pointer, a delegate feels so heavy-handed in Unreal Engine. When I know it's just an event, a subscription, and a response or whatever. So yeah, maybe delegates are the way to go. But it's like having all those events of like roof removed, like such a super fucking specific event to happen in the world. You know what I mean? It's so specific, and it's like, God, the code is going to be just a nightmare. Especially if I use noodles for all these different events. Definitely wouldn't want to. But then what you're doing is you're using memory to maintain the value in between, you know, these delegates getting called. So not only are you spending the memory on the delegate, but you're spending memory on staving the value as well. And yeah, it's only 24 bytes for the delegate. The memory is probably, you know, Could be, if it's a float, you know, it's not too much. What is that? Float is 4 bytes. What is a float? 4 bytes or 8 bytes? I forget. Float is 8 bytes. Anyway, you know, there's still a handful of bytes on floats and stuff, but if you're doing that on a worldwide scale, that's a lot of fucking memory, actually. And I'll probably make my world smaller, but if I have 128, and these are just surface chunks, right? These are not underground chunks. 128 by 128, I have 16,384 terrain chunks. So even if I have one item on each one of those chunks, what is the memory of that? If we do times, we'll do 32. So 24 plus 8. We'll assume we're storing 8 bytes of something. Times 32. Divide by 1000, so this is kilobytes, megabytes. So half a megabyte for one item on every terrain chunk. Just to store, and there's not only going to be one piece of information, right? It's going to be multiple pieces of information. So yeah, half a megabyte for one item per chunk in the whole world. It's a fucking lot. And that's why I'm like relying on just recalculating things, because I have a lot of space on the background threads to do stuff, right? Do a more cascadey approach, so when a roof is removed, then figure out what was underneath and dirty the value. Yeah, that could be a slightly better way to do it. But that's also, again, like the code for that is a lot more complicated. If I just checked it on an interval, like a line trace is very inexpensive. And, you know, I just, you know, check one, like you said, check one thing per frame or whatever, check, you know, whatever the cadence is or whatever, check what its value is, if it needs to be durability or whatever. Query, it would basically just be like some sort of environment query to be like, hey, am I in a storm or whatever? What are my dogs doing? Dogs are absolutely losing their shit because a package got delivered across the street. Jesus Christ. Moxie, enough. I am doing a lot of procrastinating right now. Dare I dive back into the storage stuff? Dare I? I have some algorithms here that theoretically should work. I guess I need a function for actually putting it into the storage, which is what I was thinking about, the interaction that happens. So let's do another blueprintable U function here. It is not going to be blueprint pure. Static, I guess just bool for like, store item in area. I would need the area building data, the slot to store within, and the item to store. Return bool for if it was successful or not. Store item in area. Okay, so first of all, we don't have an item to store, or it Doesn't contain the storage spot. Yeah, return false. Good job, AI. Thank you. All right, I guess at the end we'll return true. And then the next thing I need to check, yeah, if it does contain, which it does at this point, if it does. So you, if it doesn't contain the storage spot. Oh shit, but I'm not, it's a compact, so wait, it's not going to. Okay, so never mind. This needs to be more. AI was wrong, actually. It looked right, but it was wrong. So yeah, if area building stored items contains the storage spot, stored item. So now this is probably where I need to look at my previous inventory code. First item of good type, take as many as possible. Let me look at the functions here. Add to inventory. Handle stackable item inserts. Yeah, so the add to inventory is what handles all of that. Which I guess I can make this. Ooh, the inventory updated. Delegate. That's one thing I can't do. I could just put that in a containing function though. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I should just reuse this, right? This is going to be, it handles the stack and the quantity, adding and subtracting. Do I do it if it can't fit? No, if it doesn't entirely fit in the inventory, I don't do it. Watching you do container stuff reminds me of the last big refactor I did on my game. Oh, I'm sorry for the Vietnam flashbacks. Sorry, I forgot to say trigger warning. I'm looking at inventory stuff. Trigger warning for everyone. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So if it doesn't entirely fit in the inventory, we don't put it in there. Because I guess I wanted the caller to handle what happens to that item. When I realized that characters needed to be storable in inventories. What? Oh, are you making like prisons? Are you making prisons? Give us the forbidden prison tech. Give me the Prismatica prison containers that people need to be stored in. That's funny. Why did they need to be storable in inventories? I'm curious. What is the forbidden game mechanic that you're doing that requires that? I don't want to change this because I don't want to break it. But I want to reuse it so I don't have to rewrite it. Fuck it, we're gonna change it. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Insert at index. Where is that? Insert at index. Oh yeah, that's like a specific thing. Yeah. Oh, but I rename it and set the owner to this, which I don't necessarily know is the case. I only need to do that here, actually. Handle stackable item insert. Honestly, and also, like, I need to check, because I'll need to make that static as well. Items in bags. Bags on characters. Characters hidden in barrels. Barrels on carriages. Carriages moving virtualized through the world. Oh boy. That's fucking, yeah, that's such a funny chain of gameplay mechanics that like led to like, yeah, okay, I got to put a character in an inventory. that is such a nice game dev outcome. you got like the Solid Snake Metal Gear Solid type hide in a box mechanic? Is that what's happening? That sounds fun. That sounds funny. Remember Wind Waker? Legend of Zelda Wind Waker had that, and it was pretty fun. Because your little tiny legs would just like boop 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 boop, and then you'd stop, and then the barrel would drop down, you know, and then the moblins would be like, huh? Yeah, it works really well. Very handy for like item in room, in house, in city, in oh yeah, super hierarchical. Super hierarchical. Kishore, hello. Welcome. I'm trying to think of like how badly I want to do this. Oh, and then I recurse. Oh no. I recurse. Yeah, for like if the item's still... You know what? Let's not worry about if it doesn't... if it doesn't fit. Let's not worry about that case yet. That's the kind of game dev I am. I like to kick the can down the road as far as possible. Yagni, you know what I mean? Handle, stackable item, insert. Yeah, you'll need it. Add to inventory. What else do you call... Put you in there. Add to inventory. Yeah, you need now the contents as well as the inventory size. Contents.add. Oh yes, you are, you need to be a ref. It does make sense. It do make sense. It do. She do. Okay, that was actually easier than I thought it would be. But it's gonna break, the delegate is. Yeah, we're just gonna make these in place static. Static in place. So yeah, oh, the new outer. Oof. Oof. Okay, that makes me feel like I should make the... I have a U object that represents the inventory, and it's pretty bare bones. Just has some contents and then some information for like the size of it. And this is because I was thinking I will need like inventory Tetris in the future. Oh, I can make a templated version of it where the template argument is the key of the contents. These functions I'm not sure would be able to handle that though. Insert add index. Yeah, no, these functions wouldn't be able to handle that. But at least I could create a U object and reuse it, right? But well, no, I wouldn't be able to reuse it. I guess the only thing I need the outer for is the component. And honestly, handle stackable item insert. Honestly, at the end of the, I should really just check at the end of this, like if the item still has inventory, or still has quantity, then I need to rename it, because otherwise it's staying in the player in wherever it came from. The owner is staying there. So maybe the I feel like the caller should just handle that. Where is this called from? Content. Oh, I only call this from one spot. In building base object. Really? No, there's no way. There's no way. That's what I thought. Okay, it's because I changed it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna make a wrapper function for this. Blueprint callable, and it's gonna be the old signature. And we're not gonna do the core redirect so that everything gets set to this. Yes, so call this add to contents. And that needs to get called here. And then this is the stuff that is going to happen in add to inventory now. We're going to bool the success equals add to contents. Yes. Yeah, and if at the end of that we still have quantity, rename it, and then we can just and that way we're not broadcasting multiple times either, because it was recursively. Was it recursively handling it? Yeah, I think it would have been. It calls add contents there, which does not do anything with the result. That's fine. Okay, we have our reusable functions. Store item in area. Now we can do U inventory component, not that. Should I just use an inventory component? That seems so weird. I do put inventory components on buildings. But this is like, yeah, this is like super world related, so I very well could put one in there, but it's the key to the map of contents is the problem. It's an integer. I guess it could relate to an index of the voxels, but that is not going to be stable. So that's an issue. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Add to contents. So I need to make that map, right, of contents. I could have a make contents function. Is it worth it? And so I would iterate over stored items. I need to generate the key array, don't I? Storage spots. Yeah, that. If stored items contains class storage spot. I mean, that should, right? I just generated the keys from it. Okay, so we made our little contents array here. Contents.num. Can you teach me, please? Okay. Insert at index. Should just be -1. Item to store. Yeah, we need that to be mutable. Okay, add to contents will be success. I guess I can return success here. Item to store contents num. We can change the storage spot. Okay, wait a second. I need to do this for both. Right? Where do I do the class check? Where do I do the class check for the inventory at? Do I just assume... If it is equal to none, we go here. If contents contains the stack slot, wait, yeah, where do I not check the class? Wait, what? So I'm just stacking things that have no relation to each other. Am I that fucking dumb? Did I do that? Oh, I get stack slots. Can't fit in inventory. But all I do is what do I do with stack? Oh, I iterate over stack slots. Okay, that's how I do it. Okay. But I should probably do it here as well, right? I'm just assuming that the insert at index that's potentially passed in has already done the class check. Big productivity. I might be going to lunch here soon, I guess. My mother and sister have kidnapped my girlfriend and I must rescue her. I must rescue her. I don't know, babe. We're doing some game dev. Not sure I can hack it. You're stuck with my family. Yeah, babe. I was trying to store items in an inventory, so you're on your own. Okay, let's assume this works. God, there's going to be so many side effects. There's going to be so many. But I guess this kind of handles the stored item part. It's the I need to put this in a spot that is unstored. And if I've built out this array, or this map here, this is like the definitive result now. The item to store and the storage spot. Yeah, no, this doesn't... I need to do this, right? I feel like I'm trying to shoehorn this together, and it probably maybe shouldn't. Probably maybe. Shouldn't go together. I really just want this, like... The quantity logic is really just what I want. I should not have done that. Should it just be handle stackable item insert? Does add to contents not really make that much sense? Although the recursion... Yeah, I can't handle the recursion. I can't do that. No, I can't actually do that. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I don't know why I thought this would work. This is entirely different. Handle stackable item. I think I just need to do this. Yeah, there's a definite function I can pull out here, though. Is this doing the same thing? So remaining quantity space, num to add. I think I did the same thing here. Let me look at this. Is this the same logic, just written in a different way? Okay, so here, the inventory item, max stack size minus the current quantity, that's the remaining space, yeah. And I'm going to add the max of 0, or remaining quantity space minus the item quantity. Wait a second, does that make sense? The max of 0. I mean, would that ever be num to... That doesn't represent num to add. Oh no, yeah, wait, yeah, because that would be... When would that be negative? That would be negative because there's more than would fit. Okay, so I'm not handling... Like, if there's more than would fit, I don't do anything with it here. So I think this logic is different. So that would be 0. If quantity is greater, then this would be 0. I wouldn't add anything. Best dev coder. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hi, my friend. You working on what? What is the goal of the project? I'm working on a video game. It's an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. I am currently trying to work on storage logic for this voxelization algorithm that defines an area in the world that you can assign different tasks and stuff to. And so each one of these blocks will be storage space. And so I need the colonist to come over here and I'm working on the reconciliation logic of like the items that are in there and like the items that they're trying to place. So I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to write a function to handle that. So sorry, amazing. You don't have to apologize, my dude. You're good. But thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I don't, that logic is actually not what I want. That logic is not what I want. Okay, so if, and then, so let me check this one. Okay, so if the inventory item quantity plus the item that we're placing quantity is greater than the max stack size, that's when we want to recurse. Otherwise, we just plus equal item quantity. Ooh, and I should probably set the quantity on this item to empty, right? Yeah, I don't do that here. Quantity 0. I don't think there are master dev like you. Oh, there are. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I have done a lot that would probably make you consider me not a master. I will be sure to disappoint you here soon, I'm sure. Surely. The item quantity equals inventory. Dude, why did I write this so complicatedly? Equals the inventory item quantity plus item quantity minus max stack size. All code are made in CPP. Yes, this is Unreal Engine. So Unreal Engine has kind of its own flavor of C++ here. Yeah, I don't like the way I wrote this. Inventory item quantity plus item quantity. So this is going to be like, let's do this. This is going to be like desired quantity I think that was the same, right? Inventory quantity plus item quantity is the desired quantity that we eventually want to get to. If it's greater than max stack size, we're going to make a quantity to add. Which would be the max stacks. Wait, what is it? Use blueprints for anything? Yeah, a little bit. Mostly C++ though. Mostly C++. Well, I'm fucking brain fuck about your level. What a sentence. What a sentence. Sorry about your brain. Yeah, we want like a what did I say this was going to be? Quantity to add. If desired quantity is greater than the max stack size, quantity to add equals item. Wait, what was I doing here? I was setting, yeah. I was setting it equal to rather than minus the desired quantity. Wait, no. Quantity to add. Wait, max stack size minus, why is this is so like annoying to me. The quantity is the desired quantity minus the stack size. Yeah, which would just be... Oh, I'm setting the remaining. Oh, okay. I was thinking of this backwards. Okay, that makes sense. So I need remaining quantity. Yeah, that makes more sense. Remaining quantity on the original item. And then, yeah, we just set that to the max stack size and we recurse. Otherwise, yeah, okay, so give me this. This is what I want. This is now going to be stored item. Storage spots. If it's invalid, return false. Yeah. Stored item, add to content. Yeah, we're not going to do the recursion. We are not going to do the recursion. Okay, so this is what I want to plug in. Yeah, this is what I want to function for. Let's have it return a bool. Inventory component. Stack items. So, view my item. Item to... I'll say stack from item, view my item, stack to item. Okay, I think that makes sense. So grab me all of that. Actually, that's kind of a confusing name. I like that naming convention better. And then I will return true here. Return false here. Stack items. Good. Good. Good, Anakin. Good. Okay, so stack items. I don't even know if I need that boolean because I'm just going to check the quantity on the item. So I need to come in here. Stack items. Item to store, which is item, and then inventory item is after that. Yeah, if item quantity is greater than 0, I'm going to add to contents. That's our recurse right there. Oh, I can't wait till my inventory is completely broken after this. Can't wait. Contents, inventory size, item stack slot. Yeah. I'll just say if we didn't stack all the items, recurse to add the remaining items. Okay. So I don't even need the boolean, but it's there if I want it. There if I want it. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to lunch here soon. Which sucks. There's a lot of people hanging out here. But I appreciate you all being here. I want to see if I can get this to like a nice little conclusion. Inventory component. Stack items. Cool. Success. return? Well, yeah, we can just return here. We can just return here. And let me, since this is like a static function, let me see if either one of them is null. Yeah, throw that in there. Saturday morning drawing hits different. Yeah, nothing like some morning drawing. Nice long morning drawing stream. Item stored item is there. Item to store. You kind of underhanded that one to me, and I appreciate that. It makes me sound funnier than I actually am. It's from the drawing. Yeah, so I don't want to do that here. Here is where we're just going to... I guess I need to check if we're... Is this the function where I'm going to check if we're close enough to actually do the placement? Maybe that's a different function that happens before I call this one. Area building data, if it contains the spots. Yeah. And I guess since we're like, we just need to return that now. Like, easy peasy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, really. I suppose I can inline that now. That's nice and nice right there. So for the else case, where it doesn't contain the storage spot, I guess I just put it in there. I just put it in there. Stored items, add storage spot item to store. Why are you mad? What? Wait, is it because it's a const vector? Is that really your deal? Sir? F vector. What? Am I going crazy right now? Why are you so mad at me? A T vector double. What? But I can do contains with an F vector, but I cannot add a vector in place. Oh, because it's fucking const. That's, yeah. Brain's turned into mush. It's only been 4 hours. I need to work on my stamina. The morning drawing stamina, maybe not the best. Item to store. Okay, so you can probably be a const ref now. Haiti again. Hi again. What are you doing? I'm hopping off soon, but I'm trying to get some storage stuff working here. And I think I had... Are these all the... I guess I need to write the function for if we can actually do the storage. Static bool can store item at spot, or like, I don't know, because this is just going to be for the interaction trace, right? Or not the interaction trace, but like the distance. Can store item in area. I'll just say is within storage dist. So I think we do need the area there. And honestly, I guess we get the const effector location. I mean, I guess we're just checking storage location. So really, this is just a static function for it. Can you interact? Which I'll probably have to work this in. Yeah, this is going to be more so like I'm just going to stub this out just to get my thoughts on paper, because I'll have to refactor this later, but I should probably have a static function that handles interaction distances. I think I probably have that somewhere already, or something close to it. Is interact. Oh, I put it in each individual is interactable, so it's like in the interactable ISMC probably. Yeah, so this is the thing I'll probably want to. Yeah, there's a lot of logic there. So yeah, we'll want to do the bounds is within area interaction distance. So the bounds will include the voxel size basically to create the bounds. But I wonder if I just pass that into this static function that I'm doing. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We're just gonna smack that all on the floor basically, and pop that right in here. It's not gonna make sense, but I'll see it and I'll be like, oh, look at this garbage. I need to clean it up, and I'll remember what I need to do. And you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm not gonna eat too much food at lunch so that I can be productive later. I'm going to manifest that. Acon.cpp. yeah. We'll put it in an acon.cpp. That's funny. I forgot who sung that. It made sense in my head. Okay, let's get out of here. I'm going to get on up out of here. It's that time. Thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a fun stream. No one is in the same category. Odd, Prismatica, why don't you guys hop on so I can raid you? There are some one viewer Unreal Engine streamers. I don't know if 50 of you, I think that might be too much for a new streamer, to be honest with you. GG, it's 4 a.m. here. When has that ever stopped you, Prismatica? When has that ever stopped you? Okay, so let's just search for someone in the same category. So no Unreal Engine streamers. We'll just try to find someone else to raid you guys off to. Doesn't want to support new streamer. If I didn't have 50 people in here, I would. But I think 50 is a little too much for a potential new streamer. Or if I knew any of them. If someone I knew didn't have very many, that's fine. Like, I don't know their stuff. Oh, this guy's doing a roguelike. Just Covino? That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Let's do that. Little crossover, little genre crossover. Roguelike upgrades. Just Covino the homie? Okay, all I need.
Put it up on Steam. I think that'd be really big.
Oh, I love this already.
Where's our cart ride? What?
Okay, yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with me. We're gonna raid Just Covino, who's working on a roguelike, which is cool because I am also going to be doing that at some point, maybe in a few years. But thanks everyone for hanging out. It was fun. I need to go like right now. So bye everyone. Bye.